OhaHyou, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. We need the BGM, so we got the desktop audio going on. How's everyone been? It's been 2 days. Why did that take me so long? 2 days. Friday, Saturday. I don't know what I'm doing. 2 days and I forget how to stream. I feel like this is a common trend. Today's exciting though. We are, okay, it's cold in this room, so I have my hoodie on. I was gonna try and have the hood up, but I can't. It limits my peripheral vision too much. I can't do it. I cannot do it. Yes, today is exciting. We are finishing another route. Today is the final stream of Shizune's route. Wonderful, wonderful student council president, Shizune Hakamichi. We have gotten to know her over this 1 week. This entire week has been Shizune. So, I did my looking. Since the good end and the bad end cover a lot of the same scenes, we're gonna start off with the Act 3 wrap-up, which is making the bad decision. Not much dialogue changes in the scene after. The name of the scene is Look Aside instead of Look Ahead. And then after that, I will make a save and we will go through our good end route. But we will stop at the scene called Parfait. Parfait is where it splits off into either the summit, which means you're on the good end, or present tense, which is the bad end. There will be 2 censored scenes in this stream, is what I have to say. Though I don't think much needs censored in the Act 3 bad one. But yes. I also did my looking. Aaron, let's go. I'll be finishing some work in college. I'll be like, I don't know why I said your name too. Working. No problem, no problem. Enjoy your lurk. I hope the stream is good background noise. I did my looking. Because I got a little banner, it's like, oh, it's your channel's anniversary. Which is interesting, because my overall streaming anniversary was 3 days ago. July 20th, 2021 was censoring skills going to be on point. Oh, we got it easy. Oh, it's not on this. I forget it's not on the screen. Yeah, I got the big old Fukuyama Gishi manga panel sensor, so we're all good. Yeah, a year and 3 days ago was my first ever stream. It was just played the Talos Principle. If you haven't heard of that game, it is delightful, fun puzzle game with a ton of really cool Easter eggs, which is how I found out about it. First stream was of that, and it was a Twitch stream. I was still using Twitch Studio, which is their in-house streaming software, which is not the best, but it exists. And then, thank you, by the way, Aaron. Only a partial anniversary. Things have an actual anniversary next February. That's not for a little while off, though. But yeah, that was the whole reason I started stream. Well, I've talked about good friend Val a lot, Valerie Valkyrie, subscribe. Talking with her, and then just a couple days prior, if I look, actually I can probably find the actual day pretty easily. pretty sure it was July 18th, 2 days earlier. It was a Sunday. The day that Anya Pandaria of Atelier Live graduated. And 2 days after that, I was like, didn't you debut after me? I did. I debuted much after you. This was before I even had me as a concept. But I did start streaming overall July 20th. I've said before that I've had several inspirations there. Anya was probably the biggest. And I just kind of went, it has been that long. Over a year. Damn. And yeah, it was... I remember because a month later, it was August 18th, I was also playing Katawa Shoujo. You can find... it's not like I'm revealing any hidden lore. They're all... Everything I'm referencing is available in a little playlist. Deep down in the back list of that playlist archive. If you want to see what my whole thing was like way before all this. Yeah, I had my start as just a no cam, not even a flesh tuber. This is just streaming the games. I was using PlayStation's live streaming to Twitch setup, which actually worked incredibly well without an Ethernet port, which was surprising. But now the setup has drastically improved. I'm not using a headset mic anymore. I have an actual capture card. I have a second monitor. Yeah, it's been a whole damn year since I decided to just start doing this. I think it's turned out fairly well. I think this has been a successful endeavor, and will hopefully continue to be a successful endeavor. Now that I'm done reminiscing and stalling for times where the first 10 minutes of this VOD don't have a censored NSFW scene, let's pop over here. Alright, we can take a gander at our extras. Our gallery. We've got 2 scenes there, 1 scene there, and then I think the rest of these, all 7, good start so far. I can't complain. I am truly very happy with how it has gone. So, we got a couple more. We got 7 after. We got 7 in Act 4. They're not all going to fill out today, of course, because the content filter does remove the scene completion, but we'll get it all done. We'll look at Shizune's. Look aside. And then I think it is 4 scenes that are shared between the good end and the bad end, and then there's 3 scenes that are unique. We've had the cinema, halfway done with that. I think we've done enough recapping. Oh, actually, what happened last time? We went to Shizune's house, and we met her loud, angry, sword-wielding father, who didn't seem to like anyone and didn't bother to learn sign language, so he's never communicated with his own daughter. Misha cut her hair. That's a big thing. And yeah, that is about it. Oh, there's been a... Oh, yeah. That's not about it. What am I, fucking stupid? Misha told us that she had, his feelings for Shizune. And there was... We ended on this very nice note of Hiseo, Shizune, and Misha all, walking out together and hoping to, change the sort of distance that had developed between the three of them. That's what happens if you make the right choice and don't... I wouldn't say let Misha convince you, but give in to Misha, basically. Let's kind of see what transpires after. Please comfort me, Hee-chan. Just for today. Yeah. As much as I pretend to protest, I've allowed things to come to this point, even though I knew so far ahead of when she actually came out with it that this was what she was getting at. At the very least, I was okay with this outcome. If I needed any more proof, it's simple. I still haven't turned her away. I could have at any point, and it was wrong of me to not do it sooner, but now, not doing so is something beyond simple carelessness. Misha takes my silence as agreement, and squeezes herself against me tightly, as if she's trying to get into my clothes. My arms are enveloped by the softness of her skin and the warmth of her body. I roll over on reflex and end up on top of her. She looks at me, as if expecting me to take the lead, and closes her eyes nervously the second I return her gaze. I guess I have no choice, and I clumsily begin trying to undress her. Something I've never done before. Let's put that up. Oh, it goes right to this. Look, squash. Yup. Right into the day transition. Let me... I'm gonna... So this is all, like, repeated text. There's very little new text in this part, except towards the end, but I want to see... If we head over to... Let me see, that was called Tongue-Tied. Dun 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 dun. Let me see. Okay, let's see. I want to just see how it. I just want to see how it ends. Okay, nothing really important. The last line is, I search around for Misha's hand with my own and caress it. How light and delicate it seems, even as it grabs me so tightly around my wrist. The feeling is familiar. Yep. Alright. The following morning, I wake up thinking that most of my time is going to be spent trying to avoid Shizune and Misha. What happened last evening still makes me feel uneasy. I thought that sleeping on it would help alleviate that feeling. I feel like an idiot for believing it would be that easy. I think about whether or not Misha might feel the same way. If so, she probably won't show up to school today. I'd considered doing the same, but it would be pretty suspicious, and staying inside all day in fear doesn't appeal to me. It never really has. Like I thought, Misha isn't in class this morning. Shizune is, but today is a busier day than most, so she gives her all at concentrating on her classwork, and that means there's little idle time for her to start up a conversation with me. It's strange that I should be running from the thought of having to talk to Shizune after spending so much time with trying to do just that, but I can't think of any other way I should feel. I had sex with her best friend. If I feel this way about it, I wonder how Misha must feel. Just as regretful? When she came on to me, she was more depressed than sexy to start with. I can only imagine how much worse it would be now. Thinking about it like that, I want to see her again. But only half-heartedly. The other half of me is still terrified, even though I hate to use that word. It makes me feel ashamed, but I'm sure it's the only way to describe myself right now. It's not a good feeling. I spend the next couple periods in the library, not in the mood to sit in classes for the rest of the day, but unwilling to walk back to the dorms. While I'm lazily flipping through the pages of an uninteresting historical fiction novel, Shizune drops herself into the chair across from me, pouting. I think it's sort of pointless to come to school and then skip every class. Sorry. At least tell everyone that you're sick. I'm just not feeling it today. Yesterday I was fine, though. Tomorrow I'll probably be fine. Taking a sick day in the middle of the week is just too suspicious. That 24-hour flu thing or whatever won't fly. It's not suspicious. It is. I turn back to my book, but Shizune gently pulls it down, in contrast with her expression, which straddles the line between concern and anger. Is something wrong? What? Is something bothering you? Because you're acting a little suspicious today in a different way. If there is, just tell me, or I'll be mad. I'm not good at reading people. What a ridiculous thing to say, after picking up my mood so easily. She is only half kidding, but there is some truth to it. After all, she can't hear tone and has to rely on reading to communicate with others. It's as if you could... It's as if you could only ever have conversations with someone through text messages. That has to mess with you in some way. It's probably why she stares so intently at people, in order to gauge their reaction. Or maybe it's why she pushes people so hard, to get them to react. I've thought about it before, but it's too hard to say for sure what Shizune's exact motivations are for anything. So I wonder how much of that was a joke. Sometimes it's easy to tell. This time it isn't. Assuming it wasn't a joke, I can't tell her anyway. Because it's sign language, there is enough time to collect myself and lie effectively. Nothing. I've just been thinking a lot about the student council's future lately. I believe Misha is doing the same. Well, in her own way. So am I, but she isn't here today. I wish she would have let me know something, because I might need her help later today. Yours too, unless you're busy. I'm not. Thank you. I feel like I'm losing a lot of people close to me lately. I can't think of a good way to respond to that. Something reassuring and confident, telling her not to worry. I'm here for you. I'm not one of those people. Then who is? And it seems so forced. I manage a wave of my hand that seems extremely callous as soon as I do it. You shouldn't feel that way. I might be just a little sick, not enough to go through the trouble of making it official. It's just easier for me this way. It's the wrong way. I've heard the hard way and the right way are usually the same thing, so it's not a big stretch to say that the opposite is true. Well, fine. If you say you're alright, that's good enough for me. Wait. You asked me, so I'm turning it around. Is everything okay with you? Yes. She signs it without a moment's hesitation. After that, Shizune waits to see if I'm going to follow up on it. I don't, and she leaves. I feel like an idiot for not going further, even though I think it's better that I didn't. I've been in the library for quite a while, and decided to go up to the roof for a change of pace. A fresh breeze hits me the second I open the door. This is really my favorite area of the school, I think. Then I see that I'm not the only one here. I can see a girl with bubblegum pink hair in front of me. Her back is to me, but I don't have to see her face to know who it is. I'm sure Misha is the only person in the world with hair like that. I get the feeling that I've stumbled on her at a bad moment. She obviously wants to be alone, and I wonder if she hasn't noticed my presence. If so, I'll leave right now. But she has, and turns to face me. Oh, Hee-chan, I thought someone was behind me, but I didn't think it was going to be you. This time you surprised me. She's referring to her habit of sneaking up behind me and asking me to guess who it is. I've never been surprised by that. I'm surprised too, but This is good. I had something I wanted to talk to you about anyway. Not that. What's going on between you and Shizune? She won't tell me, so I'm asking you. Because you're easier to get an answer out of, since the same sign language that gives me the leeway to lie to her gives her a cushion against my questions so that she can more easily brush them off. When she hesitates, I push her harder. Give me an honest answer, please. It's complicated, Hee-chan. It's because of something that happened a long time ago. I thought I could just forget about it, but it's really hard. So, that and graduation coming up made me want to spend more time with Shi-chan. But Shi-chan is always busy now, so we've been fighting. But I'm tired of it now. Because I like Shi-chan. So do I. No, I know you like her, Hee-chan. I mean that I like Shi-chan in the same way. I want her to be my girlfriend. Nisha closes her eyes, like a condemned criminal confessing the last of their sins in front of the executioner. It only makes it harder for me to think of a response, and I know I have to give one. I see. I never knew. I didn't really want to come into this school, Hee-chan, but it sounded interesting, and even if everyone hated me, at least it felt like they would leave me alone. I was learning sign language, but I wasn't very good at it. Shi-chan was trying to get people to join the student council, because it was only her and Lily. Then she came up to me. I couldn't understand her at all. But Shi-chan wouldn't use her pen and paper. She knew that I was taking sign language classes. I was exposed quickly. I didn't know any. That only made her try harder, and I hated Shi-chan, and thought she was making fun of me. That wasn't the reason, though. So, I slowly fell in love with Shi-chan, and I told her that I loved her. It was in the student council room, when it was just the two of us. I had these fantasies of Shi-chan staying alone in the office, trying to put everything together all by herself. It seemed so lonely to me, and so sad. I think I wanted it to be that way. That way I could be there for Shi-chan, and maybe Shi-chan would like me. Even though there was no reason for me to believe it. I did anyway. I wanted it to be true, so I was okay with letting myself believe it, even though I think I knew. That day was really, really beautiful too, Hee-chan. We were done with everything, and I was looking out through the window. Even through the window, the light was so warm. I wanted to stay like that forever, next to Shi-chan. But then I looked at Shi-chan, and she had her back to the window, and was still working on something, blocking out the rest of the world. The light was on her shoulders, like when I would put a blanket on my shoulders as a little kid. Misha stops for a second, as if trying to hold on to the image of Shizune in her mind. Shi-chan looked, It was like Shi-chan looked in a way that made me want to be with her, but it felt like it would be hard for that to happen. That was a really long time ago. My hair was different back then too, a little messy. I cut it because Shi-chan was always talking about it. Anyway, I told her right then and there. I confessed. I was rejected. So, I thought that was it, Hee-chan. But Shi-chan was always trying to find me, and I hated Shi-chan again for it. And when I asked her why she was doing it, it was because I was her friend. Her cheeks have a hint of red in them. I wonder how much experience she has had with crying, that she can keep herself from doing it so well. If she didn't pause to wipe her eyes, I might have never noticed. Having Shi-chan say that made me happy, but also sad. And even though she never meant to hurt me, it still hurts. Even now. Shi-chan has a way of manipulating people, Hee-chan. Sometimes she wants to, and sometimes she doesn't really. But it happens anyway. And sometimes I'm just not sure exactly which one it is. And I feel doubt. I just wish that Shi-chan liked me instead of you. It made me wonder if I was starting to hate you and Shi-chan, just a little. I didn't like that. So you were thinking maybe it would be better if I weren't here at all? She looks confused. The thought has never crossed her mind. That's not it, Hee-chan. I thought about it a lot these last few days, and I don't want to hate anyone, you or Shi-chan. It's so stupid that I ever felt like that, isn't it, Hee-chan? I don't want to think about that kind of stuff ever again. And missing people and being apart from them, I'm tired of it, and I don't want to think about it anymore. I already did though, so I'm still really the worst kind of person. I wasn't thinking that it would be better if Hee-chan had never come to the school. I was thinking, wouldn't it be better if I just died? After all, I've even done something really terrible now. Unforgivably terrible. Misha presses herself harder against the fence at her back, as if hoping to slip right through it. Don't be stupid. I'm surprised by the tone of my voice. Sorry. I realized I hate it when I'm left feeling regretful over anything. Even so, it's impossible for me to not end up regretting something. Yesterday, I did a stupid thing. That's probably part of the reason why I'm here right now, so I could figure out if I could maybe make it right somehow. Do you ever feel that way? You said you've done some terrible things. You can try fixing them. Hee-chan, isn't that... I know that she's thinking that I'm saying this more for me than for her. No, it's not. I just think that killing yourself is the biggest regret a person could end up with. Hee-chan, you're so dramatic. Whether she was serious, I'll never know. I don't try to find out, as she lets out a sigh and closes her eyes as if going to sleep. I feel that the dangerous mood I was picking up from her has passed. The door behind us opens, the sound only barely able to be heard over the ambient breeze. I've been looking everywhere for you two. Is this some secret meeting? She walks over to us, leaning against the fence next to Misha, as if she needs to stop and catch her breath before pushing herself off it and continuing. I'm bored sitting in the student council room every day now, without either of you ever coming by. Taking some time off is fine, but this is just too much. Normally, Misha and I would be jokingly making excuses for ourselves at this point. This time there's only silence. Shizune, always expecting resistance, is thrown off balance by the lack of it. A few seconds pass in uneasy silence, which Shizune breaks with an ear-shattering snap of her fingers, smiling as if to say, Eureka. Let's go do something together. Like what? Anything. We should go to the student council room first, and then figure it out from there. That seems like a trick to get us to do work instead. Very funny. It's not a trick, I promise. It will be something fun. Misha oh god, I have to cough. Misha contrasts the genial smile on Shizune's face with a lonely expression of her own. If Misha is really jealous of me for stealing Shizune away from her, then it'd only make it worse if all three of us were together. I imagine it'd be like rubbing salt in an open wound. So I get the idea to let them spend time together. I'm not so idealistic that I think a single afternoon to themselves will solve everything, but it might help. It seems like the better option than going with them, because my presence definitely wouldn't help at all. You two can go have fun, then. I'm going to bed early. Are you sure? It's barely past lunch. I told you, I don't feel too good today. Think I'm coming down with something. I thought you said excuses like that won't work. She has me there. It's okay, but refusing someone's invitation is rude. I'll expect you to make it up to me. Shizune turns around and smiles at Misha, and starts signing something that I can't see. I assume it's along the lines of, it looks like it's just going to be the two of us. That's good. Eesh. Eesh. Hurts a little bit. Alright. Grand strategy. I want to see the... Wow, we're a little bit faster that one. Alright, but that is for a little bit. We'll be hopping a little bit. Now, if we look at the library, though... Everything. He ends up pushing her and Shizune together, or Shizune joins them and pulls the whole council back to work. Alright. Now that we have gotten the Act 3 wrap up out of the way, let's actually start on the good end. Da-doom. Only a day later, the weekend has already arrived. I drop a heavy stack of books on the librarian's desk, not meaning to slam them, but they weigh so much that it happens anyway. Yuko bolts out of her chair with enough force to dislodge her glasses. She barely holds onto them. Oh, hi. Sorry, I'm here to return all those books I was supposed to. That's great, but I wish you'd brought them back sooner. It wouldn't be a problem if the library had more copies of everything, but it doesn't. And they act like that's my fault. They? Other students, they can be, pretty pushy. Sorry, it just kinda slipped my mind. It's, been a rough couple of days. Oh, I suppose you don't want to talk about it. Yuko meekly turns to the task of logging all the books I've brought back as returned, treating them with extreme care and precision like she's a bomb disposal technician rather than a librarian. Over the past couple of days, I've been thinking about something Misha said. Of course, I'd thought about everything she said, but one thing in particular keeps coming back. She talked about how she didn't want to miss people or think about being apart from them anymore. When I recalled those words, they stopped me cold, like a sharp slap across the cheek. In just a few months, we'll be graduating. Misha and Shizune were nearly inseparable, but after graduation, they might never see each other again. I wonder if that thought is what started all of this. If Misha were to try and talk to Shizune about it, Shizune likely wouldn't think about it at all. It would sadden her, and for that reason, she would try and toss it away. For someone like Shizune, who is quick to suppress her worries, it would be easy. Misha turned out to be more sensitive than she seemed. It would have crushed her, even more so because Shizune's reaction could come off as pretty cold. I don't know if that's how Shizune handled it, but it seems likely, and I can understand why she would act that way. I can also understand why Misha would be troubled by the thought of drifting away from someone who is such an important part of her. I'd never thought about graduation until that moment. Then I began to think things like, has it really only been less than a year? I started thinking of everyone I've met. Not only Shizune and Misha, but everyone else. They were fond thoughts. Then I thought of losing them. Suddenly, I could understand Misha's anxieties. It could be nice to talk to someone about it. Actually, I kinda want to. With whom? I can sense an obvious tinge of apprehension in her voice. With you. Really? Are you sure? Why me? Because you're an adult. That's it? That's... Wincing, she fidgets a little in her seat, trying to get comfortable in a pretty uncomfortable-looking way. I guess this means she's okay with it. Is it hard being an adult? Oh, come on, man. Yes. I don't think I'm that old, though. It's surprising that students now, like Shizune and you, wear stuff like perfume or cologne. I never did. I still don't use them. By the way, you're not wearing your grape cologne today, are you? Yeah, it wasn't working out for me. Oh, that's good. I thought the same thing. Sorry. Yuko looks genuinely sorry, and I feel a pang of guilt. I smile, despite myself. A tiny lie like that can come back to bite me in the butt. For Misha, trying to conceal how she felt in order to put on a happy face for Shizune for so long must have been crushing. Someone I know brought up that we're going to be graduating, and I realized that I've never thought about it before. I feel stupid that I could go so long and never think about these things. I've met a lot of great people, and I've never thought about what it's going to be like to graduate and maybe never see them again. There are still ways you could keep in touch. Yeah, I guess. I feel childish. I know everyone is going through the same thing, probably. I bet you hear this kind of problem a lot. No, I haven't been working here that long. I worried about the same thing when I graduated from high school. I didn't go to school here, though. I also miss my friends, and I wish I'd kept in touch with them better. I should have tried harder. Yuko isn't really helping me feel better, and she clams up quickly when she sees it on my face. I don't want to look back and have those same regrets. I wonder if Shizune even thinks about that kind of stuff, because she goes on sometimes about how she doesn't want to live with any regrets. Wow, that sounds impossible to me. I nod, only halfway wanting to agree. Even so, I think it's kind of admirable, too. Kind of brave, don't you think so? Brave is a new way to put it. Yuko shakes her head insistently. It's true, though, and also kind of intimidating. Jeez, you shouldn't be intimidated by high schoolers. I'll try. She turns away to start folding a sticky note over and over. Pretty idle behavior for a university student, but more importantly, I wonder if I said the wrong thing to her. Being around Shizune for so long, I can't stop reading as much as I can into every moment of silence. Oops. If Yuko were the type of person who didn't get intimidated by high schoolers, it probably wouldn't be so easy to talk to her. It's all too easy to want to shed some negative qualities of yours. When I think of everyone I know, it's those qualities I like the best. I don't think I really regret it. I thought as long as I could remember the good times, that was enough. I don't know. Sorry. I noticed a couple students starting to trickle into the library and decide that my time is up. No, that was helpful. I feel like two of my friends are fighting because one of them is taking the fact that we might not see each other again after we graduate really hard. And the other is probably being stoic about it, which only makes it worse. I don't get how I'm supposed to handle this kind of situation. It doesn't seem like the kind of problem where I'll have to end up taking a side, but it could turn out like that. It could turn out that way, and then I have no idea what I'm going to do. You should tell them they shouldn't fight. I know. Fighting is bad. Okay. It's not Shizune and Misha, by the way. Okay, I wasn't really thinking about that, though. How embarrassing. Even though I knew it would be, I still feel my cheeks redden, and even so, I still said something so transparent and blatantly a lie. But it could be that sometimes that is the right way. Do you have any books about people who have to make hard decisions? We have a lot of self-help books. It's funny that I can find that surprising, because I wouldn't have only a few months ago. I meant about, not for. There aren't many, right? Yes, not many, I mean. Though I feel a bit apprehensive about it, I want to talk to Shizune. I don't understand why I feel nervous. Why I feel nervous about it, and that disgusts me a little. Still a grand strategy. I almost blew my voice out playing Monster Hunter today at work, so... Ugh. Alright. It also motivates me to look for her, right then and there. Although I don't have to look very hard. She's in the student council room, as always. Worryingly, Misha isn't with her. When Shizune notices me and looks up from her paperwork, the first thing I ask is where she is. I don't know. There is so much uncertainty in her answer that I can't let it go just like that. She's missing a lot of school. Are you the attendance police? That's really strange, coming from the student council president. Shizune hides a laugh behind a cupped hand, and I start to think that I might be worrying for nothing. But then her laughter slowly fades away to a more serious and pensive expression. You're right. Yesterday... I catch the hint of a knowing smile on her face when she sees my poorly hidden panic at the word. Despite her best efforts, she can't help being satisfied and eliciting surprise from everyone else, to the very end. Even then, I can see that she has bigger concerns from how quickly her smile vanishes. Before either of you noticed me, I saw what you were saying. I'm not stupid. If I hadn't, I could still see through Misha while we were walking back. Even if she hadn't told me everything later. She didn't make a big deal out of it, but any way you look at it, it's my fault, isn't it? What did she tell you? Shizune winces at the question, though it's clear she's been expecting it. She follows it up with a very grand gesture. A lot. Like that I can be selfish and confusing. I try too hard to bring people around me and then push them away. I didn't know what I should do. I thought she was right to mention all of those things, so I just agreed with her, but that only made things worse. I don't understand. Adjusting her glasses, she looks pretty tired. I hope it isn't because she's been busy avoiding Misha, but I can't help considering the possibility, seeing where this conversation is going. It's true. Even the student council being this small, and us always being swamped with work, it's my fault. I might have ended up driving a lot of people off and away from the student council, acting like that. Shizune wags a finger mischievously, acknowledging that might is an understatement. However, from how warily she does it, it's obvious the humor is only to put me at ease, and therefore not genuine. God damn it. Like Lily, for instance. She was the first person to join when I started trying to recruit people again, after everyone else left, because they couldn't stand me, I guess. We managed to put together the last festival, and even ran a booth together at the last minute. But I didn't like her because I thought she was selfish, always holding us up in order to tend to one friend of hers or another, and leaving Misha and me alone to sort out things involving the whole school by ourselves. If there were any problems she was going through, she would leave us high and dry while she panicked over it, and wouldn't come back until it was solved. She would focus on it 100% and be too preoccupied to focus on any student council work. That was the worst to me, that she could be so nice and still take so many people for granted. Why even join the student council then? It seems so short-sighted and selfish, don't you think? But it's actually me who's that way. Like Misha said, always trying to pull people close to me and then shutting them out. That is how I've treated her, which makes me a bad friend. And it feels like I did the same thing to you then, so I guess I'm a bad girlfriend too. Even if Misha says that you might as well replace her. I'm angry that I screwed things up enough for it to get this out of hand. All I wanted was to... She pauses to look for the right words, tenting her fingers in concentration. Make people happy, I think. Even though that seems like a simple way to put it. As she rests her head against her hand, Shizune's bangs fall delicately across her eyes, hidden behind those polished glasses reflecting just the tiniest bit of light. It may be wrong to think so, but right now she seems especially beautiful, like a more complete person. It feels like this is my first chance to respond to her outpouring of emotions. Replacing Misha as Shizune's interpreter? Misha must be joking. It took all my energy to keep up with her just now, her signing filled with gestures that I've never seen before. Likely their habits picked up from Misha and developed from years of them being together. I could never replace someone so close to her. I like you because I like you, not because I got tricked into it by you. Despite how hard she tried, anyway. I continued to stare back into her eyes, as sharp as ever. The first time I saw them, they had seemed a bit intimidating to me, like the eyes of a predator. That hasn't changed, which I find reassuring. I still want to make everyone happy. Starting with Misha. Shizune looks a bit annoyed that I would imply she would start with anyone else, and smiles confidently, as though a friend's sadness is a physical opponent she can just strangle into submission. Of course, obviously, naturally. Taking off her glasses, she leans back in her chair and lets out a sigh. It's the first time I've seen her without them on, but I don't get a good look before she slips them back on. But I'm too tired to start today. First thing tomorrow. Do you want to help? Yeah. And I have other student council stuff you could help me with while you're at it. Although it turns out that there isn't much other work at all. Oh. Oh no. Someone's knocking on the door. There's no school today, so I expected to be able to sleep in late. Unfortunately, I'm awakened by someone mercilessly pounding on my door at 8 in the morning. At first I think it could be Kenji, but when my shouts of annoyance go unanswered, I realize it's Shizune. She immediately backs away from the door when I open it, quickly concealing something behind her back. Kind of ominous. What's that? Is it a surprise? I don't really like surprises. The displeased expression on her face says that she wants me to stop being such a wet blanket, but she's too busy fumbling with what's behind her back to sign it. It must be frustrating her because seconds later she swings the object out proudly, and also a little dangerously. Ta-da! A picnic basket. We can have lunch together, the three of us. It's not really a basket, it looks more like a plastic bag. Taking a quick look inside, I can see that most of the food inside is also store-bought, not homemade. Some items still have the price stickers on. There's a very diverse selection here, though. Even a tiny tin of caviar. I'm slowly becoming more impressed with this lunch. I pick a grape out of there and pop it into my mouth. Don't just take things like that. I spent all night perfecting this final weapon. Shizune places it down on the ground to free up her hands, and immediately starts playfully tapping it between her feet like a soccer ball. Definitely not what you should do to anything you're going to call a final weapon. All part of my get Misha to stop being so depressed plan. I stayed up all last night working on it. When we tried to order in last time, Misha barely got anything, and used it as an excuse to leave early. I won't let her get off so easily this time. The food is already here. She'll have to sit down and eat with us. It's the perfect bait. Doesn't everything look irresistible? I tried to make it myself, but I don't know how to make it look all fancy, so I ended up buying everything. Still looks delicious, doesn't it? It should be. She's very perky today, juiced up on the thought of cheering Misha up. Although it's odd to see her so happy about it, I know that she's just as unsure now as she was yesterday. The only thing that has changed is that by viewing it as another sort of challenge for herself, she can put her worries aside and throw herself into it recklessly. It has worked well enough for Shizune so far. It wouldn't surprise me if it's the only way she knows how to live. It's a little early, though. It's already 8 in the morning. That's late. Even Misha gets up at 8 or 9. She goes to bed at 7 p.m., but that isn't important. It's very important. Shizune ignores me, gagging my hands by taking them in hers instead of a more proper rebuttal. The way she lingers against me a moment longer than expected feels really comforting. The point is, she's awake right now, walking around somewhere. Let's go find her. She sprints out the door impatiently, and her gusto as she drags me along looking for Misha makes me feel more like I'm following a hunter on a safari than looking for a mutual friend. We don't have to look very hard. Even cropped short, her pink hair stands out. The fact that she's just meandering around the grounds out in the open makes it even easier. Now I'm sounding like a safari hunter. Misha. Huh? We were just looking for you. It's a good day for a picnic. You should join us. We even have caviar. Not sturgeon, of course, but really tasty. Caviar? Sturgeon? Apparently finding it annoying to have to explain anything... Apparently finding it annoying to have to explain anything at length with only one hand, Shizune gives up quickly. Fish eggs. What? It tastes good. Sorry, Shichan, I think I'll pass for today. When Misha starts to walk away, Shizune holds the bag out towards me, needing me to take it so that her hands can be free. As soon as it's out of her hand, she darts in front of Misha, cutting her off. I made so much food, though. Sorry, I'm just not hungry right now. When are you going to be hungry then? Or when are you going to be hungry then? Shichan, that's impossible to know. You can guess. The tension between them infuriates Shizune, and she's trying to deal with it by trying to tear through it, but that approach isn't going to work. I'd thought and hoped that Misha had gotten herself together, but I guess she was just cut too deep by what happened. In that case, it's really out of anyone's hands. I believe that Shizune might understand that on some level. If she didn't, she wouldn't have any she wouldn't have any doubts at all. I don't know why I stopped myself. I was reading that correctly. Because she can't speak, though, I've learned to notice her hesitation. It's very clear she might as well be screaming. Misha waves her hands in front of her, not wanting to continue the discussion any further, and quickly slips away. Shizune fumes silently, reluctant to let her go, but having no way to keep her here. As Misha's back grows smaller in the distance, I wonder where she's heading off to. Is Shizune wondering the same thing as she bites her lip in frustration? I want to touch her reassuringly on the shoulder, but I stop myself, not knowing if it's the right thing to do. Not because she looks fragile, vulnerable, or sad. It's the opposite. After a while, her expression belies no emotion at all. Only contemplation. Suddenly, she whirls around. Now all this food is going to go to waste. Yeah. That makes me mad. Though it's obvious Shizune is more hurt than mad. The bag dangling from my hand feels like it's filled with lead. Let's go on a date. Where do you want to go? I don't know. 1 second. Okay, hopefully that sorts that out. The roof. It's my favorite spot. A wry smile appears on her face, disappearing just as quickly. On the roof, I immediately crack open the caviar, ignoring a derisive look from Shizune all the while. I end up putting it down immediately. Where are the toast points? I didn't make any. Like I told you, I bought everything. Not toast points, though. Why is that important? Anyway, they don't just sell toast points. That would be stupid. I bet they do. Maybe in stores for the exceptionally lazy, but not here. Why don't you use a tortilla chip? A tortilla chip is not the same. They're both triangles. Stop being such a princess. I didn't know there was a proper way to eat caviar. This is the first I'm hearing of it. It's not the same thing at all. I can't be decadent like this. And anyway, how can she not know? She lives in a huge mansion. Shizune takes the opportunity to scoop half the tin onto a single chip in the meantime. Hey! Sure, it doesn't even taste good like that. There's too much food here for 2 people. Because we can't communicate with each other while we eat, both Shizune and I have a lot of time to sit in silence and think about the fact that Misha, the person she set all this up for, isn't here. It's annoying that she isn't here. I can't even enjoy my meal like this. I stare at the paper cup next to her, still half full of juice. I thought you didn't want all this food to go to waste. I wanted Misha to be here too. That was the whole point. I wasn't able to accomplish what I wanted to do, so it doesn't taste good. You should eat it. Eat more. I want the fried things though. You keep eating them all, even though you say they don't taste good. Fried things are always delicious. There is always an exception for them. You'll get fat. Think you're being too aggressive. It's like I told you yesterday. I'm only trying to cheer her up. Yeah, but it seems more like you're planning a military campaign. I'm only trying to take it seriously. And this is the only way I know how to do it seriously. I feel so powerless. I hate it. I can't even yell at her, too, even though I want to. Yelling is for serious occasions, right? Yeah. You should yell at Misha for me. You can tell her that I want her to stop being so down. Even if she feels sad and alone, it's no reason to stay gloomy forever. Why don't you? I already did. Over a game of dice. Under over to be exact. I won. 5 times. Only the 2 of them would take so much pride in winning games of pure chance. Then I tried to talk to her, but it didn't go so well, obviously. Well, so did I. I tried and failed. My goal has always been to do everything better, though. Yeah, your one-upsmanship is really something. But I failed too. That's why I want your help. What is with this voice that makes me yawn so much? I don't understand what I'm supposed to do anymore. For someone like Shizune, who has only ever interacted with the world by locking horns with every obstacle in her path, understanding only goes so far. I want to tell her that she doesn't have to worry, that she is great at cheering people up, because she managed to cheer me up my first week here. In retrospect, I must have looked like kind of a dick, being in such a sour mood from the moment I came here. Even though I don't think I was being unreasonable. Even having months to digest it, finding out that you have a heart defect like I did is hard to deal with. I'd had much less time to mull over suddenly being transferred to Yamaku, on top of that. Spending the festival with Shizune really helped me out of a rut. I was happy, enough to forget that the entire time it had felt as though she were manipulating me. I understand now that I had allowed myself to be manipulated. Even though I felt like I was at the bottom of the world, I still wanted to have a normal life again. I'm sure, because I enjoy what I have now. I think it must have been the same for everyone, including Misha. Everyone wants someone there to pull them up out of their self-pity. It's just that Misha always wanted Shizune to be that person. But because they can't be together, I think Misha feels that she can't accept Shizune's hand. And that frustrates Shizune. But if she could cheer up a stranger like me, then she'll die trying with Misha. I can see it in her eyes, too. Though she tries to treat it like any other problem in her life, Shizune cannot do that with Misha's depression. Her thought processes are entirely different, in some ways more careful, in some ways more reckless and frenetic. She cares that much more. I end up not saying anything, partly because sitting next to her like this, just the two of us, is pleasant enough in itself that I don't want to interrupt the moment with a question, and partly for a more cowardly reason. I've started to think that they weren't, but I don't know if her actions that day might not have been an afterthought, or even a fluke, just a collection of coincidences. I don't know if that would change anything, but I'm uncomfortable thinking about it. The fence behind me trembles slightly, and I turn to see that it's because Shizune has fallen asleep leaning against it. Considering she was up all night, it's not surprising. Where does all that motivation come from? Not just in regards to Misha. I'm cynical, so it's hard for me to just accept that anyone can simply be that strong. My first thought was that maybe it's because she hates herself. It's very plausible. Leaning against her, I feel sad knowing that that might be the case. But it could be that we're similar and that we both want to be better people. Alright. Don't invasion. Just think about Goldberg's theme from WWE. Seems like I ate too much yesterday, because I wake up in the morning feeling just nauseous enough for it to be a problem. I really can't postpone going into town for shopping, though. So despite wanting to roll over and sleep it away, I force myself to get up and dress instead. Somewhere between buying toothpaste and a few other groceries, I end up walking it off. Then I feel hungry. After stopping for breakfast, it hits me how much time has gone by. I hadn't expected to be out this long at all. I'm not even sure if I bothered to lock my door. I should really get back. When I get back to the dorm, I see Hideki standing in front of my room from the entrance. I can think of few things more unexpected, and I can't help thinking I might have a heart attack just from the surprise. Fortunately, it doesn't happen. As soon as he sees me, he says hello in his usual detached way. I'm a little slow to reply to him, so he repeats the greeting without missing a beat. Hello. Is something wrong? I'm just surprised to see you here. Not as surprised as I could have been, since it's impossible to mistake him for anyone else. I'd recognize those weird clothes anywhere. Come to think of it, I've really surrounded myself with distinctive-looking people lately. Hideki's head lolls slightly to one side, a little too easily. Why? Is it unusual to see someone's family come to see them? Well, yeah, actually. So Hideki isn't such a robot after all. In fact, it's almost as if he's more caught off guard by the fact he even can be caught off guard, but he recovers quickly. Nevertheless, in that brief moment, he looks his age. That uncomfortable side of his seems like the more honest, and I wouldn't mind seeing more of it. Not so much, though, that I'd go out of my way to pry. Only Shizune would be that zealous. That my thoughts get so far is proof she's rubbing off on me. I'd think that you'd have a reason, that's all. There is one. See? Anyway, we can talk what we're looking for. That's why you're here, right? Shizune is in the student council room. I was looking for you. We might take a trip soon, a family trip. Do you think she would want to come with us? Yeah, I don't know. She's kind of been on the warpath lately with a lot of stuff. And once she's focused on something, she won't just drop it. I guess you would know that. Hideki looks much more at ease walking around than I did my first week. So, this isn't your first time here? Just throwing it out there, of course, completely ignoring the surrounding environment. Completely ignoring the surrounding environment could just run in the family. It'd explain why Hideki seems so distant from Shizune. I get the feeling there's more to it than just her deafness. No, but this is the first time I could walk around so much. It is kind of weird here. I bumped into a person who told me women are not allowed in the dorms. Oh no. After I told him I am not a woman, he told me I was misleading, and then accused me of being an assassin. I was warned that he was not only invincible, but strong enough to probably destroy the building with a punch, or at least knock over the painting hanging in the hallway. By the way, that painting is actually screwed into the wall. Yeah, that's the guy across the hall from me. He's... okay. I see. Oh, you left your door open. It was unlocked when I came here. I'm a little annoyed that Hideki knows that. The only way he could is if he had opened my door. But the feeling passes. It doesn't matter. I have nothing to hide or steal. Your soccer ball is really nice. That's one of the things that doesn't matter. If you are a soccer player, a soccer ball is very important. I guess it is. The thought makes him smile. It makes me smile. I'm here because my father bought a new phone, and he wanted to update Shizune, in case she needs to call him. I thought that you should know too, since you're her boyfriend, aren't you? Yeah... Why? Just in case there was something wrong, or she needs anything. It isn't what I meant, but I'll go along. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't call. That is how she is. Well, if you know, coming all the way here for that, though, you could have updated her via email. He does not like using emails. That's so old-fashioned. Don't tell me he still does business through regular mail or something. Silence. Now it's my turn to feel awkward. Is Hideki taking it literally, or did I hit the mark? Nah, I'm sure that what it really comes down to is that he does want to see his daughter and stay in contact with her. In the end, they are still family, after all, even though they play at being at each other's throats. Oh god, Jigoro voice. The door to the student council room is open, and Hideki and I walk in on Jigoro in mid-rant. He sees us, but decides it's not something that worth stopping rambling at Shizune over. This is really shaking my faith in my previous assumption. When I was in the student council, our room was smaller. Colder, too. Like working out of a meat locker. Not like you spoiled kids. What a waste. Sitting here in your giant room, doing nothing. Aren't there only 3 of you? That makes having so many desks only seem like an unnecessary display of mindless decadence. Appalling. You must use the desks you need, and not one more. It is part of my code. Maybe odd of me to think so, but hearing only one half of a conversation is pretty strange. Also, that's some code. Now that I've arrived, he changed the subject and starts talking about the reason he's here. Hideki and I are going on a trip. What are you doing? Does everyone who uses sign language mumble while they do it? No, but I'm just an amateur. It helps me think. It's kind of like force of habit. Just an amateur. Unbelievable. Fine. He turns back to Shizune just in time to catch her shaking her head from side to side. Are you sure you won't be coming along? She reiterates the gesture. Fine. Can you tell her to call me if she needs anything? Yes. I really think sending an email would have been easier, though. I'm not going to read emails on my phone. If she won't speak, you can call Hideki. Suppose if I have to be reached, you would have to call me, or that other girl would have to call me. Actually, all three of you can just call Hideki. And with that, he swiftly turns and leaves, Hideki trailing behind him. A long trip for something that took 5 minutes. Neither of them can express their feelings very well. In Shizune's case, I have to question whether she would if she could. It explains a lot, but she doesn't seem unhappy with the arrangement. Even so, I wonder if she might be. When the door closes behind them, leaving Shizune and me by ourselves, she lets out a deep breath that seems to echo in the silence of the room. It's totally ridiculous asking me to go on a trip. The timing couldn't be worse. It overlaps with the student council elections, for one. Second, I haven't even cheered up Misha. If you consider that, it's annoying to even have anything else to think about. Yeah, but you might be too focused on all of that stuff right now. Shizune adjusts her glasses roughly. Completely 100% right. The minute I decided I was going to cheer up Misha, everything else went on the back burner, I suppose. I think your dad might care about you more than he lets on. I know. So then it could be a good idea. No. And then again, more firmly, as if for the both of us. No. After coming this far, I can't take a break. A vacation would be jarring. It would be like waking up in a different life. Yesterday was like my vacation. So now we have to go all in. I'm sorry, but it's just how I am. I remember what Yuko said, that she found Shizune brave, in a kind of way. I think I understand what she meant, and I have to agree. Even though it could also be called recklessness and foolishness and pointless stubbornness, I guess you could call it bravery, too. However, I can see that there is a fundamental flaw in Shizune's thinking that I hadn't noticed until now. I'm sure that Shizune has reflected longer and more arduously than I could about where she messed up to create such a bad situation between her and Misha. However, as typical for her, she wouldn't let it hold her back and immediately set out to fix the problem. This completely ignores a large part of the problem, Misha herself. Moving from one critical introspection to holding Misha up as a part of a goal causes the person to get lost in the shuffle. Shizune has said a lot in the past few days, but nothing about how Misha feels. Shizune's way of thinking is abnormal. Few normal people would reject a friend and then expect things to go back to the way they were so easily. Shizune does, because she sees life as, if I had to put it simply, capable of being segmented and compartmentalized. Misha, like anyone else, sees it as a whole experience. A long, continuous journey, where one moment of heartache can follow you forever. For Shizune, an event is an event, and few of them cross over. Life is compartmentalized around triumphs, failures, and decisions, where each one stands as its own story. It's why the thought of a vacation is jarring to her. It's why she can only appreciate people's immediate reactions. It's exactly how someone obsessed with living in the moment would think, really. Likewise, Shizune can see Misha as a friend, but I doubt that she has ever thought of Misha as anything more until recently, or questioned anything about her. Misha is Misha would be enough for her, even if to Misha it must be unbelievably stifling. Shizune is just Shizune to herself. It's likely she doesn't even think about the after effects of her actions in the long term, as long as they stir up other people's lives. To Misha, though, I'm sure it made her seem almost heroic, like Yuko admiring her bravery, and even myself. And Shizune's thoughts on that sentiment are that it was good she could touch someone's life, but it ends there. It's easy to captivate, much harder to nurture. On to the next thing. Thinking of life in terms of almost completely isolated events has a tendency to isolate a person, too. Though she's trying to remedy it now, the point remains. There is simply no way Shizune could have avoided hurting Misha. Her emotional investment in Shizune was something Shizune couldn't account for, so she didn't. Combined with her personality, it was inevitable. Both of them have pretty much told me all of that in bits and pieces over the past couple months I've known them. In the middle of considering their differences, an idea begins to take shape in my mind. Are you working on your plan right now? This second? Your cheer up Misha plan. Of course. I was thinking about it the whole time I was being yelled at. Flicking her glasses up the bridge of her nose with an oddly triumphant air, she taps her finger against her temple. It's multitasking. Really? Isn't it more like you're able to concentrate on something like that because you can't hear? Well, whatever. When I ask her what she thinks of mine, it turns out we both arrived at a similar idea. Ooh. And for once, we're the ones left in the dark. Boom, boom. However, we're approaching the time when we have to look at the bad end. Parfait. Although it makes me feel kind of uneasy, since we're talking about a human being, the first step is to corner Misha. Though the situation is a little too much like something out of a cop drama for me, it's come to this because talking to her normally is proving to be near impossible. But we do have classes together, even the very first class of the day. Although it takes a while for the announcement to come, the second that I hear we're going to be working in groups today, Shizune and I try to make sure Misha is in ours. You know, I think Matoya assigns a suspiciously large amount of group work and self-study. Don't you think so? But it's easy, so it's okay, right? Yeah? There's other stuff that I've been thinking about lately that might not be okay, though. Misha nods after each sentence, then brushes it all aside. I thought about it, and I don't do enough work when I work with you and Hichan, so I'm going to try harder today. So, don't distract me, Hichan. I have to stay focused. That was an annoyingly transparent dodge. Shizune doesn't look too happy either, since Misha didn't bother to sign any of it, opting to twirl a pen in her hands instead. From the shaky way she was doing it, I'm sure it was so she wouldn't sign anything inadvertently. From the way Misha looks, distracted and uneasy, I doubt it's because she wants to keep Shizune out of the loop for any malicious reason, although it's still obviously a way of distancing Shizune from herself. Shizune wants to talk to you too. Can it wait until later, Hichan? No. Why not now? We're in the middle of class. Now she's spinning a pen in each hand. I'm beginning to think her signing has turned into kind of a nervous tic for her. This isn't a good replacement, although the sight of her dual wielding is pretty impressive. After class, then. After class, I don't waste a second bringing it back up. As everyone else files out of the classroom, leaving the three of us alone, Misha takes increasingly longer glances in every direction except forward. Do you want to go get something to eat? Why do you and Hichan keep asking me if I want to eat something, Hichan? Because we're all headed to the cafeteria, and we haven't eaten together in a long time. So, why not? Is this about the student council? Taking Shizune's lack of reply as admission, Misha sighs. Hichan, is that all you ever think about? Before Shizune can reply, she leaves. I have to say, I'm not left feeling very confident after what's just happened. Neither of us were expecting it to go smoothly, but it would have been nice. Reading my mind, Shizune curls a finger around her glasses for a while before signing. I know what you are thinking, but no. It's not that I think we should give her some space now. I told you I wouldn't give up so easily. Yeah, well now I'm starting to wonder if it's not too soon. Cold feet? Well, I'm not going to. That would be giving up on her. There's a fine line between helping someone and smothering them, but I just want Misha to pull herself together and stop acting so weird. I know she can do it. Even if she wants to, people don't change overnight. If they could, the world would be a much easier place. Okay, you win. And I guess this is the part where we split up and look for her. Though I'm the only one who is really supposed to find her. If I run into her first, I'll call your cell phone. Smiling, Shizune takes out her cell phone, turning it on to prepare. I notice that she has an extremely high number of unread messages, and looking at her expression, so does she. She noticed it too. Twirling it around by the strap a couple times, she grimaces. I don't like using this thing. Why can't I just snap my fingers? And then what? I'm not a dog, and it doesn't travel as far as a phone signal. You're having a lot of fun with this, aren't you? Shaking her head from side to side, she continues. It's obvious where she will go. You can't look for her on the school grounds. She would want to go as far away as she can. Check the tea shop? It's usually empty this early. Misha loves to go there if she feels like skipping class, and she loves the parfaits they have there. You really know a lot about her. But she would overthink it and turn it into something that would seem a lot more backhanded than it actually is, so I choose to just nod and leave instead, till I feel her holding onto my sleeve. What? I say instinctively, forgetting that she can't hear me. It feels nice that I don't have to do it all by myself anymore, because I can trust you. I'm really happy. It makes me happy to hear it. I can't think of a way to respond and end up only nodding again. Heading outside, I catch a glimpse of pink hair behind some other girl's head. As I head out that way, I realize that this isn't the way you go if you want to leave school. It's the way to the student council room. If I wanted to avoid Shizune, I wouldn't head there. It's strange that Misha would be going in that direction then. Maybe she wants to talk things over with Shizune. In which case I have to wonder if letting things play out naturally would be such a bad idea after all. Especially if it seems to be going in a good direction. Suddenly, Misha stops and spins around, catching me by surprise. Surprise, Hee-chan! Were you looking for me? I had a feeling. I was gonna say, hey, I was just looking for you, but I suppose that's no good now. She isn't even finished with her sentence before she blows past me, heading for the exit. I have to admit that Misha is infuriatingly sharper than I expected. Also surprisingly fast. Oh, it's more physical activity than I think I should be getting. I managed to catch up with her halfway to the gate. You're really being the rudest woman in the world right now. Can you just stop trying to run away for 1 second? I want to talk to you. Misha turns on her heel, looking mildly amused, and raises her hands as if to tell me to go on. Now that I've got her attention, though, it's hard to think of the right thing to say. Where are you going now? The Shanghai. Can I go with you, then? Waiting for her to answer feels like an eternity. It's almost as if I can hear my wristwatch ticking off the individual seconds. Okay then, Hee-chan. I get the sense that she only agreed because she doesn't want to argue anymore today. When we get there, a couple comes in after us, causing Misha to jump slightly at the noise. Seeing that it isn't Shizune, she relaxes again, smiling almost as usual, to order a parfait from Yuko, and sliding into the nearest booth. You ran off too fast. You could have at least waited to see what she was going to say. Misha's angry reaction tells me that it could be that she was afraid of what Shizune might say. Why are you both doing this, Hee-chan? Because Shizune still wants to be your friend. I guess that, for her, it's kind of like launching a nuclear missile from a submarine. You need 2 keys to do it. What else can she do, though? She isn't automatically signing whatever she hears or says anymore, and I'm sure that is the reason Shizune has been having so much trouble with her. If she tried to just talk it over, you wouldn't listen. Misha's guilty expression tells me I've hit the mark. Do you really hate Shizune that much? No, Hee-chan, I told you that. She answers without even flinching, idly playing with a spoon. Yeah, I know. I'm sure she knows it too, but I wonder if it might be easier if you did. The only thing she's really thought about for the last week is how to make you happy. Since Shizune is still attached to you, Yesterday, though, she thought that maybe it'd be easiest for you if you just hated her. Since you didn't tell her you hate her, Shizune thinks that you can both still be friends. She's like that, only thinking in extremes. Her parfait is starting to melt, the ingredients coming together in tiny rivers that remind me of the growing roots of a tree being shown through time-lapse photography. That's stupid. Shi-chan isn't that stupid, Hee-chan. Don't be ridiculous. It's got nothing to do with intelligence. Smart people can do stupid things. Anyway, isn't it true? I was terrified last week when we talked, but at the end I was relieved because it sounded like things might go back to normal. I wasn't expecting you two to have a fight right after. It wasn't a fight, Hee-chan. It was just me yelling at her. I've noticed that Misha's voice never really changes in tone, just volume. It's so low with guilt that I can hardly believe it came from her. Either way, I was happy, because I thought you and her could still be friends. Since she needs you. No, she doesn't, Hee-chan. So, how do you know that? There's a lot of things Shizune doesn't vocalize, say, talk about. I'm afraid if I say the wrong thing, it'll ruin the mood. I get to finally have a conversation with her and don't want to screw it up. I wonder if this is the first time she's had an honest conversation with me. Just because she didn't tell you doesn't mean she doesn't like you. That doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. Otherwise, she would argue back. You don't think so? She picks fights with everyone, so why not you? Obviously because you're her friend, and she values you. And Shizune is hurt too. She's just awful at showing her feelings. Usually does them the wrong way too. But she still likes you. Hee-chan, do you remember when I said I didn't want to hate Shi-chan or upset her? The truth is I ended up doing both. Now it's like there's like an awkwardness between us. It's hard to explain. Both of you are so stubborn. You were talking about how you didn't want to drift apart from Shizune, but then you're going to let it happen. And Shizune is just as bad. She wants to be your friend, but respects you too much to be as aggressive as she'd be with anyone else. And I'm sure Misha interprets Shizune giving her space as a lack of caring. I screwed up already, Hee-chan. It'll happen again, I'm sure. When I think about it that way, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Feels like either way I'll end up making things worse. Then it might be better if I didn't do anything at all, right? Don't be ridiculous. Why would you even think that way in the first place? Be more positive. It should be easy for you, I want to say, but that would be presumptuous. Hee-chan, I never knew you were so optimistic. I never expected it. You always act so gloomy when I try and surprise you. No, this is a recent thing. Really, I just hate it when people give up easily, no. Now, huh? Makes me mad when people give up. Used to think that giving up was kind of like running away, since that's how people always describe it. But now that I think about it, it's usually more like throwing something away. When you run away from something, you can think of it as still being there. So I was in the hospital, and I didn't just want to run away from my problems. I wanted to never think about them again. Misha eats a spoonful of her gray ice cream goo. Did she only just remember it was there now, or could it be she likes it that way? Anyway, my point is, you can't do that. People are too sentimental to just throw their memories out like that. It's impossible. Shizune can't think of life in terms of anything but winning and losing. Don't you think she wishes she didn't have to remember the parts where she loses? You can't pick and choose, though. That's like wanting to live in a bubble. The worst part is, your way of thinking is so wasteful. It's making you so pessimistic you're afraid of everything. Come on. I grab her hand as I wave Yuko over with the other to pay for our food. Where are we going now? Back to school before lunch is over, but I want to check out a few places before then. Although I started feeling tired even after doing what could be described as on the level of a brisk jog at best, Misha and I eventually make it to the gate of the school with a little over 10 minutes to spare. I didn't even want to really come to this school, you know? I didn't have a choice. When I got to this gate, I'm pretty sure part of me was thinking, what a depressing place. It doesn't look depressing at all, though. While I still thought I had everything figured out, I felt practically like another person. If I could, I'd go back and tell myself to stop thinking he can write everything off at a glance, and acting like his life is already over, and he can never have fun again. School grounds are still littered with quite a few people. It's lunchtime, so it's typical. This is where you and Shizune had me helping you put together 2 festivals. What a lot of hard work, I thought. What a lot of hard work. I thought I don't have time for this. When I look back on it, though, I didn't do all that much. I also didn't have anything better to do. I'd have just spent the time alone. Drag her to our homeroom next, which is empty except for Mutoi trying to eat a sandwich before classes resume. Every time I thought of either of you, I wished you would leave me alone. Whether it was here or... Leaving Mutoi to his lunch, we head for the nearby vending machine, and I grab a soda while I still have 5 minutes to drink it. I spend an entire lunch period with Misha, longer than both Shizune and I have managed to find to talk to her in days. Following me to the cafeteria, or trying to corner me after half my classes. I never realized we only talked like 4 times. It really was all in my head. I only barely realized it now. I remember that, Hee-chan, but I know where all these places are too. Wait, let me finish my guided tour, since we're running out of time. By the way, do you want a soda? Making our way to the stairwell, glad that I don't have to pull her by the hand anymore. You get dizzy on stairs, right? Yeah. Guess just here is good enough then. I lean against the wall as Misha sits down on the steps across from me. Do you ever miss the people you went to school with in elementary school or middle school? No. That was fast. She didn't even have to think about it. I find myself cringing reflexively. I had more friends in my old school, but I don't talk to them anymore. It almost feels like that was another lifetime ago. Which is sad, really. Sometimes I want to talk to them again, but I know I can't. I'm scared and embarrassed, things like that. They're too far away for me to go see them. Then I think about calling them, but I don't know most of their numbers. And I left on a sour note. So why would they want to see me again? Feels like I should just forget about it, but I still think about it anyway, and regret that I didn't try harder to stay in touch somehow. And I start to think that maybe feeling like I should forget about it is wrong. It would be an insult to all those people I had fun with, and a waste of all the good times. Like I said before, even if there are some bad times too, it's alright if you can look back on them as happy memories. But I didn't even think about it then. So it was like I woke up one day and realized I had no friends. I just let myself lose all my friends, and it felt awful. I'd really hate it if you and Shizune ended up the same way. That's all. That's all. Makes me sad to think that you'll do the same thing and push away your friend. Especially because you're not far away from Shizune. I mean, you even live in the same dorm. Friend, Aren't you my friend too, Hee-chan? Yeah. You slept through all of it, but the fireworks were really nice way back at the festival. My first time seeing fireworks like that, and my first time really seeing the sky in a while. I had never really looked at the stars before then, either. I had thumbed through a book about them while I was in the hospital, though, and learned a lot. Like that stars aren't just burning, they're more like a constant chain of explosions, so far away that some of the stars I'd be seeing would have been burnt out for thousands of years already. So that their light would only just then be reaching Earth. Saw a mock-up comparing the size of the planets to our sun, and then that to other suns. Japan wasn't even visible on the tiny Earth in that book. You know what I'd never realized? She looks at me expectantly. They're amazingly shiny. It's true. Why are you doing this, Hee-chan? Doing what? I'm not stupid. I don't know, a bunch of reasons. Because you're Shizune's friend, and I liked how close you were. Maybe I'm trying to tell you that we all have our low points, but giving up is stupid. Anyway, it seems worth the trouble. That's the only reason? And you're my friend. That's it? Can't I do something for no reason? You can, but I want to know. Well, what else do you want to hear? The bell rings before Misha can reply, so she ends up laughing instead. Okay, that was Parfait. Alright, the summit. That's the good one. Okay, I am going to take a little quick break. But actually, if we go look at our... So, yeah, bad end right here. So, summit and then 3 more. The bad end has 3. I'll be back to... I'm just going to take a quick break, like I said. I'll be back. Yo, yo, yo! We back. Garbage, welcome to the stream! Glad you could make it out. Sorry you came in the middle of a little bit of a break. We did the 4 shared scenes, for Shizune's good route. Well, shared between the good end and the bad end. We have 4 for the good end, but we're gonna do the bad end first. Let me get this. Make sure everybody knows what we're doing. Share it out on Twitter. Maybe using the phrase "fill you full" will maybe not the best one when talking about the good end, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Did I close my Chrome? Damn it. Alright. Making sure we're all good. Load up this part, and let's see what new text is. I don't think there's... I really don't think there's much. There might be like a couple sentences changed. But... yeah. The picnic. Misha blows us off. Eating on the roof. Hideki. And we get to see Jigoro screaming again. And then, okay, so I think actually Parfait plays out the exact same way. Huh. Okay, I really didn't think it would play out the exact same way. Now we're in present tense, and this is... oh. It's gonna get sad. I'm gonna warn right now. This is gonna get really sad. Shizune's bad ending. Considering how we got here, and that is... we slept with Shizune's longtime best friend who had confessed to Shizune. All that. Well, we're dating Shizune. Like, that's... considering all of that. Oh. It's a little bit rough. It's gonna be... I think this one is more emotionally painful than even Hanako's. There are... I would rank, if I was going to top 5, I would go Hanako's bad end, Hanako's neutral end, Shizune's bad end, and then 2 and 1 are 2 that we have not seen yet, but they're from the same root. Emmy's and Lily's are... oh, okay, so fine, it's Rin. Rin's neutral and bad end are... oh... they hurt so much. Like, legitimately, last time I played them, I cried. I, like, actually cried. Maybe I'll cry again on stream. Maybe we'll have another moment like at the end of JJ Macfield. That was sad. That made me... it wasn't... okay, no, it wasn't sad. Sad is the wrong word. That was emotionally painful. The whole ending sequence of that game. But yeah, Emmy and Lily have pretty emotional moments, but I don't think they ever get to like the depths of emotional pain that these other 3 do. Enough dancing around it. The next day, Misha is back in class, although still looking pretty sullen. Not that I was expecting her to magically feel better. That would be asking the impossible, considering what happened. This time it's Shizune who's out. At first it almost makes me laugh that suddenly whenever one is in class, the other isn't. But thinking about it, there's nothing funny at all about it. In fact, I find it hard to concentrate on my work because of it. It could be that she's just sick, or she could simply be skipping class. It could be something more also be something more serious. I'm tempted to ask Misha if she knows, but I end up doing nothing. I don't regret stepping in yesterday, scared that Misha would do something rash. But now I feel like I should just give her some space. Eventually the bell rings, and Misha gets up for lunch along with everyone else. I decide to eat lunch in an empty classroom today, just not this one. Unfortunately, a lot of other students seem to have the same idea, so there aren't a whole lot of empty classrooms to go around. Finally, as I'm about to give up on the idea, I find a dark one at the end of the hallway. On turning the light on, however, I find that this one isn't empty either. Lily's head turns in my direction, which freaks me out before I realize she probably heard me flipping the light switch. Hello. Hey, Lily, I didn't think anyone else would be here. Is that you, Hiseo? Yeah, but you probably knew that already. I turn to leave, which prompts Lily to quickly speak up. You don't have to leave so quickly. We can both eat lunch in the same room. As a matter of fact, I would prefer to eat with someone else. I'm about to ask her how she knew I was here to eat lunch, but brush it aside. It's just simple common sense, and I don't want to seem too easily impressed. I take a seat at the desk in front of Lily, after reversing it to face hers. I've heard that our minds fill in a lot of what we see based on how we remember seeing it once before, or our expectations. Mostly for efficiency, so as to not have to process everything you look at individually. Lily never seems to stop to question any noise, so I wonder, is it because her mind is filling in context every time? Or does she not care and just sort of accept things as they fall into place? On her desk there are just a few cookies and a thermos of tea. She must be one of those light lunch types. I bite into my sandwich. Some of the ingredients spill out of the back ends. Ooh. We haven't spoken in a long time. I'm surprised that you still remember my name. It must be very busy in the student council. It's different every week. Some weeks are pretty slow. Some weeks I consider taking a sick day. Hold on, Lily, I need a second to catch my breath from inhaling that sandwich. And how has it been lately? Unpredictable. I snap my fingers, which, from her facial expression, upsets her a lot. I think that you have been hanging around those two too much. I guess it is one of Shizune's trademarks. Personally, I like it. I ignore it. Her tone doesn't change even slightly, but Lily's mood has obviously dipped. Doesn't seem like it would be easy to. I've been trying to figure out how she can make it so loud, but I think I'm damaging my knuckles. Even if it were loud enough to break the windows, I would ignore it. I'm not a trained seal. I have that luxury. Are you still mad about that? I ask the question as carefully and diplomatically as possible, although in the end I'm only asking to satisfy my curiosity. No, of course not, although I don't like Shizune. We were in the student council together for a brief time. I heard. I wish you hadn't been so quick to join. I don't like the way Shizune runs the student council. Did you know that she scared off most of the old members? That is why I think she tries to surround herself with people who won't oppose her. And they don't. It's like a dependency bubble. I'm sure that Shizune is aware of what Lily is saying. After all, I can remember her specifically denying it a couple times, which I'd always thought was strange. Tomo, welcome to the stream. Hi. I'm glad you could make it out. Here, we should... Yeah, glad you could make it out. How's it been? We are... Unfortunately, you came just in time for the sad parts. But after the sad parts, we have happy parts, so it kind of balances out. They say that the more specific a denial is, the more likely it is that the allegations are true. It's hot. Ooh, it was really hot today too, but we had storms coming through, so there was a bunch of wind that kind of nullified it. In this case, I think I disagree. Shizune is the one subject on which her opinion could be called less than objective. I was inside most of the day. I worked 8 to 4. I was just sitting in an office. I left for 30 minutes to go get lunch, and it was raining while I was leaving, which actually felt nice. I very much enjoyed sitting, or not sitting. I very much enjoyed walking through the rain. It was a nice light one. And then right as I got back, it started thundering, so I was like, perfect timing. Did you tell her that? Very often. Lily stops to polish off the last of her tea. I'm running behind on finishing my own lunch and taking advantage of the pause to eat as much as possible. All of her friends are related to the student council, like Misha. I heard things were touchy between her and Misha. Did they have a fight? Not really. Is that so? Either way, there is no point in attempting to force them to make up. Always try to confront everything head-on is what Shizune would do, but it doesn't work in the real world. At some point it's just being stubborn, not bravery or good intentions. That's a little general, don't you think? I suppose. What do you think is the best way to... What do you think is the best to have with tea? Cookies or scones? I like them both in different ways. I couldn't possibly choose. I don't like people who constantly force me to pick sides or want to turn everything into a contest. When I joined the student council, I thought it would just mean helping everything run smoothly and helping people out, like being the class representative. Instead, every day consisted of having Shizune stomp around, using Misha like a megaphone, talk about how we had to outdo the last student council and create more and more events and make them increasingly larger. Then the two of you basically want the same thing. All that stuff makes things exciting. I didn't really get it at first, but it's not some ego project. People like fireworks and soba huts, candied apples and dress-up days, or whatever. The more the student council does, the more responsibility the school gives us. It means extra work, but in a way, it also means more freedom. You have the pull to do things like organize a big festival, and they'll think you're capable enough to handle it instead of just rejecting it instantly. Anyway, I want that too now. It's got its share of pointless busy work, but there are moments that make it worth it when everything comes together. It gives me something to do. If I were to just go to school day in, day out, I think I'd explode. I think Yamaku is much more easygoing than other schools. Yamaku isn't other schools, though. I start slipping into another familiar mentality. In some ways, it's almost too easygoing. And if I were a different person, I'm sure that I would find how easygoing it was to be stifling, though in any other school, such easiness would just be the normal flow of life. But here, the uneventfulness would be compounded. It would feel different, because I'm not a normal person, after all. I'd be reminded of it every time I heard the blood beating in my temples. I'd feel patronized and weak, and my bitterness would only grow. Yeah, sure. The point is, I think I understand what it's all about now. You're really giving Shizune too much of a hard time. Have you considered doing story reading? Your narration is pretty good. I have been... not exactly story reading, but I have absolutely been considering, like, little fun voice acting things. I actually have 2 games in the future that I want to play. They'd probably be, like, one-stream games, but they're very reading intensive, and I'd really like to do them. And I'm really looking forward to doing them after I finish this series. We've still got so long, but I would also love to do, like, dramatic readings. It would be fun. I think I've never really had anyone say it, but I do feel like I've got, like I can, hey, the 45 message thing triggered. I should probably lower that a little bit more, but whatever. I've never really been told it, but, like, I've always felt that I can kind of do a really nice kind of voice for reading. As long as I don't, like, try too hard. I try to voice act in this, and I kind of... it's really hard to do female voices with my register. I also have a bit of an issue of yawning a little bit too much when I speak. I think I just need to... now you've heard it from me. I appreciate it, thank you. I do. Why was my mouse drifting? I'm glad you think so. I have a bit of a trouble with yawning a bit too frequently when I read. Even when I've had enough sleep, I still yawn a lot. It's just, I don't know. Oh, there's one. Oh my god. Probably just need more practice with it. That might be true, but when it comes to how she treats individual people, she doesn't do very well. Just as sleepy. I am often very sleepy. No amount of sleep is enough. Unfortunately, that one is a little harder to argue. Do you have the time? I like to go to class 10 minutes before the bell. Understandable. Yeah, it's... I have too many problems getting to sleep. And I don't know why. I can't get on a good schedule, and I don't know when I'm going to be able to. And you're right on time if you go now. Excusing herself, Lily leaves, and I sit listening to the clicking of her cane on the floor, fading into the mumble of other students having conversations in other classrooms and in the hall. I feel exhausted and completely forget that I wanted to talk to Shizune today. Spiral. Even more into the sadness. Save. Do not overwrite Summit. That would be bad. Yes, Spiral. After classes the next day, I instantly head towards the student council room to talk to Shizune. Even though she's in class, trying to cut her off and have a conversation with her near the doorway or out in the hall could be a little obstructive. Better to try and meet up with her at the student council room. I take my time heading there, getting a juice from the vending machine on the way. I also go over what I want to say to her in my head. It's nothing too important, only a few questions about upcoming events. The door is unlocked when I get there. I'd think the room was empty too, if I couldn't see Shizune's bag perched on her desk, with the top of her head peeking from behind it. It looks as though she's built herself a little fort. Shizune gives a wave from behind her bag before picking it up with a finger and moving it out of the way. But after that, she immediately goes back to tapping her pen against the desk and staring into a checklist as if it held the meaning of life itself in it. What do you need? That was not Shizune's voice. I wanted to see if there was anything I could help with, like all that over there. What are those? I point to the medium-sized stack of folders beside her, but she waves her hands dismissively. I can handle it myself. And what about the elections? Also, where's Misha? It's going to okay, and I told Misha that I was going to handle everything myself. Why? Shizune spins a pen in her hand slowly, working it between each of her fingers like a needle through a patch of cloth. No reason. Really? No reason. She signs it again for emphasis to shut down the notion that there's anything more behind it. But there is, since she's definitely not acting normal. What's with the silent treatment is the phrase that immediately springs to mind, even though it is hardly the time for humor. It does describe how I feel. We can't communicate normally, so I appreciate the few ways we can. To be shut out like this hurts. It's obvious that, whatever her reasons, it's going to be pretty much impossible to talk to Shizune today. Beyond just being stubborn, she seems depressed, but with the way our conversation is going already, I don't see myself being able to find out what she's depressed about. Somehow that only makes me want to find out more, and that means I have to ask Misha. The problem is I don't really know where Misha goes in her spare time. After asking way more people than I should if they've noticed a girl with bright pink hair around and getting way more negative answers than expected, I finally find a couple who have seen her. By the time I reach the cafeteria, where Misha has apparently been this entire time, I've been around the whole school twice, and I'm very tired. I realize I've passed by her before, and just didn't see her behind a pillar. Why are you better at finding me than I am at finding you? You were looking for me, Hee-chan? Who knows? I think it's just coincidence. You know, the whole point of coincidences is that they aren't consistent. Ha 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 ha. Are you having a really late lunch? I didn't get to eat at lunchtime, so yeah. But not too much, so I can still have dinner. Did you want to talk to me about something, Hee-chan? I don't waste any time. Yeah, the reason I'm here. Did you notice Shizune has been kind of moody today? I wanted to ask you the same thing, Hee-chan. Well, except she's been this way for a couple of days now. I see. Hee-chan, do you think it's because of something I did? Do you think I got upset at Shi-chan like last time? No, she seems angry at me, anyway. I'm not lying, I really don't. Unfortunately, my attempts to assure her of that don't seem to be going so well. In her own way, Misha is pretty stubborn too. Eventually, I just head back to my dorm. The last few days have been nothing but a continuously frustrating experience, and they left me drained. I feel tired enough that I decide to take a nap, hoping that maybe I'll figure things out in my sleep. Oh god, we have Kenji up next. When I wake up, I feel more refreshed, but still without clarity. The only thing that has changed is that it's dark outside. From opening the window a little, I can tell the weather is still kind of nice. After dry swallowing my nighttime pills, I take a little walk to the vending machines. They're out of everything I'd normally get, so I mash my hands against the buttons until something pops out. The lights are off in the main building, including the student council room. Just an offhand observation. As I'm thinking to myself, I hear a rustling behind me. I've seen this movie before, and that is a very ominous sound to hear alone at night. Luckily, it's just Kenji, as he wanders out of the bushes in an unusually cheery mood. Hey! What the hell? Do you just creep up on people at night and casually go hey a lot? No, that'd be weird. I knew it was you. I have extremely good night vision. Maybe it's because I'm superhuman. What are you doing here, then? I could ask you the same thing. What are you doing here? Consider just telling him the truth, but quickly decide against it. It would take too long to explain. Howling at the moon. I do that too sometimes. The moon isn't out tonight, though. I barely even hear him, feeling a bit resentful at the interruption. I lied to Shizune through my teeth that nothing was wrong. Or to be more exact, I lied through my hands. At the exact same time, I was carrying on an entirely different conversation with Misha. That conversation, understandably, could upset Shizune. But there was no way that she could have heard it. Even Misha's hands, usually signing all her thoughts, were completely still. Even if they weren't, I was standing in front of her, blocking them from Shizune's view. The only way that Shizune could listen in on that conversation would be if she could read lips. Pretty much the first thing I'd asked about when taking sign language was about lip reading, just out of curiosity. It's not easy, nor is it perfect, so I'd never considered it until now. It would make sense, and the room for misunderstanding while reading lips wouldn't help. So I realized I could use the cover of darkness to buy milk. Usually I only go out when it's raining, so I can shroud myself in a sea of bikers or tourists. This is much more consistent. I'm spending too much money on milk now, though. You seem kind of mopey, or out of it or something. Don't think too hard. A man has to be all about action. You can think about stuff all day, but changing the situations around by doing something is the best way. I do things all the time without thinking about it. That's why in middle school they called me Causes Many Problems. I thought it was cool. Sounds like an Indian name. Fucking goddamn it, Kenji. They called me Causes Many Problems. I wonder why. I'm not really in the mood. Having a bad day? Yeah. I don't know. I'm... Nar. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of distracted right now. Tomo, I'm not sure if you're aware. This guy, he's half blind. Well, not half blind. He has very bad eyesight. And he is absolutely convinced that there is a feminist conspiracy to take over Japan and have women rule the world. You have missed some of his absolutely insane rants. He said, we live in a society 2 episodes ago. He was complaining about someone not putting milk price tags on, and he said, we live in a society. This game came out in 2012, also. He's ahead of his time. He's a visionary. He's also just crazy. The very last episode of this entire streaming series will be Kenji-centric. He is the anime Joker. He's also a Tumblr sexy man without his glasses on, so Don't know how to feel about that. So distracted that it doesn't hit me until he leaves that his was actually kind of sound advice. I think Shizune would have given me the same suggestion. By then, it's too late to think and politely not the Tumblr sexy. I'll show you the CG after the bad end. I already responded in the rudest tone possible. I just feel like an ass. Tumblr sexy man plus incel plus the Riddler equals this guy. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Not just the Riddler. He's new Batman Riddler. In retrospect, these past few days, I've regretted every action I've taken. The worst part is that I haven't taken the time to stew over them, and in doing so, learn from them. This only has led to, more regrets. Terminal. I hate this scene. I actually hate this scene. This scene is so painful, which is why I'm actually not gonna wait till the end of it. We're gonna make our save right here, and then extras gallery. This is Kenji without his glasses. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh no, he's hot. He's also just crazy. It's crazy what good eyewear will do for your will do for someone's looks. Just wear normal eyewear and people would probably like you, Kenji. Instead, you look like you look crazy, and then you say things, and then you confirm. You look unhinged, and then you start talking about feminist conspiracies, and then you confirm that you're unhinged, and everybody goes away. What a dork. Alright, time for sadness. I hate this scene. The next morning, as I'm getting dressed, I hear a knock at my door. Quickly putting on the rest of my clothes. Maidenless behavior. He used to have a girlfriend, and they would bowl in the hallways. Quickly putting on the rest of my clothes, I open it without really stopping to think about who could be behind it. It turns out to be Shizune. Misha told me that you were looking for me. I'm a bit hurt that I don't even get a good morning, but it's not too big a deal. I was. But you found me yesterday. Shizune's fingers trace a crack in the wall. It seems like she's trying her best to look distant. Well, I didn't make it easy, did I? It's alright. That's why I'm here. We can talk today. Although, I kinda want to go somewhere else. What about class? It's fine, it's fine. How about we take a walk around the school? Everywhere except the main building is going to be deserted. The first period bell should be ringing right now. I take a quick glance at my watch and see that she's right. Okay. Is there something wrong? Why do you think there's something wrong? Because you're obviously upset. I could just tell. It's what I wanted to talk to you about. Shizune quickly cracks her knuckles while I sign to her. Apparently I'm easier to read than I thought. I was trying hard to hide it. Can you tell what I'm thinking right now? I don't respond, and Shizune heads toward the door, slowly enough that I can tell she wants me to follow her. Her hands are folded behind her back, which is arched against them as though she is about to bend over backwards at any second. Outside, I see Shizune is right. The school is completely deserted. Although it's not my first time seeing the school like this, it's kind of eerie. Shizune acts almost as though I'm not there, browsing a vending machine and taking a slow and winding path until we end up behind the main building. This background inspires nothing but sadness in me. I think this is like one of 2 times it gets used. Finally, she leans against a wall and faces me, but it's like I've forgotten how to start a conversation. There is a saying, you don't know how much you've screwed up until you screw up. Who says that? I guess it's me. Reconsidering her train of thought, she waves her hands in frustration. Okay, I'll put it differently. When I was younger, we had to make posters for Earth Day in school. There was another girl in my class whom everyone considered the best artist. It wasn't because she could draw better than everyone else, it was how much she could fit into a single picture. I wanted to be better than her, so I made countless posters until I ended up with the best possible one. I had to be the best, and have the greatest one. In the end, everyone liked my poster the most of all, even the teacher. A week later, it was meaningless. I threw it in the trash. I think I've told you something like this before. Yeah. When I feel like I'm finished, I wish I could just wipe the slate clean. Whether I succeed or not, I put Misha through a lot and even dragged you into it. And every point where I could have solved the silly situation, or prevented it from happening in the first place, keeps coming back to me. It's the worst feeling, especially when I feel like I've done nothing right and everything wrong. Like recently. It's the worst kind of failure. I feel like a failure on every level. I wish I could wipe away everything I've done, and just be alone, since all I've done is mess with Misha for 2 years, and jerk you around for a year for selfish reasons. It's fine. No, it's not. You don't understand. I was just thinking about it. Everything I do feels like I have to beat someone else. Everyone else, even. If that is how it is, then what are my relationships with people? They almost feel the same. I can see where this is going. The point is that I've messed up so many people by being selfish, and now I want to be away from other people for a while. Even me? There's a pause. Yes. Followed by an even longer pause, this time from me. I see. That's the most selfish thing you could do. It's just you making another decision by yourself. For a minute it looks as though she's considering the best way to respond, but in the end, she simply nods. Which, I think, is the best way to respond anyway. It's very like her, to be roundabout even now, but ultimately without excuses. All my emotions simmer inside me. I see a kettle in front of me, water rolling inside it, so close that I can touch it and feel the heat radiating off of it. I'm glad for the distraction, because I know there's no recourse or bargaining possible. You told me that everything was fine, but it wasn't true, was it? I can't believe it ever again, then. Alright. Not even bothering to sign it, I stand up. My hands are in my pockets, fingering my loose change. The morning air is cold against my face. I look back at her, she seems very lonely. I'm reminded of myself. I've made that expression before. Maybe it's on my face right now. It feels like the image of such a lonely girl will stick in my mind forever. Every moment where I could have prevented this, or solved the problem, comes back to me. It makes me smile in a way without amusement. So simple. I never liked that ending. That is not a... I think part of it is the fact that it's completely deserved. It is absolutely deserved for the choices that are made on that route. There's only one choice. Mike and L. Yes, Mike and L did all the animations for this game. He does amazing art. But yeah, I feel like that ending hurts more just because of the fact that it's completely deserved. Considering you made the choice to sleep with Misha, and then you let it, and then you also make the choice to push yourself further away from from Shizune, try to push Misha and Shizune together, and then you end up doing nothing. You change nothing. And yeah. Yeah, Mike and Elle did all the animations. This was the the transition from Act 1 to Act 2. You can see it very distinctly. This was, I believe, his first kind of big start with art. I think he wasn't super known, I think, before this, and then he kind of blew up along with this game. So this kind of, like, was the jumping point, I guess. It's very well deserved. He's got a very, very nice style. Alright. That was the sad part. Yes, one of his much earlier works. Yeah, that was the sad part. We've seen what happens when you make the wrong choices. When you don't think. Oh, I wanted to check the gallery, that's right. We've got... Those are the two scenes for the bad choice, and then that means there's six CGs. Actually, some of them we won't get because they're a scene that has to be censored. I think 7, actually, because I think this one is also. Yeah, we've got... See what happens when things go right. I never like to end on the sad parts, so... Yeah, there's, well, I mean, I can... There's a content filter. First option in the menu. The thing is, though, is that, well, the actual, like... I've said it before, I even have something I'm going to talk about in the last episode. Well, the actual, like, scene itself, like, the stuff they do art for, it's like, fan-servicey in a way. The lead-ups to them never feel fan-servicey or unnecessary. It always shows some kind of, like, character growth. I've outlined it in a document, but I'll talk more about it later on, but there's reasons for it. I think they actually do... There's one scene, it's the last route we're going to do. They handle, I think it's the first, yeah, it's the first not safe for work scene in that route. The way they go about it and what they do with it, and like how they build up to it and what it represents, it's not tasteless. It's very, very well done. But this one I'm thinking of in the last route is... It shows a culmination in a way that I haven't seen something do before. It does such a good job with it. Of course, like I said, of course, like the scene itself is... You're kind of like, the actual contents of the scene is the run-of-the-mill sex scene. But the lead-up before and the fallout after for all of them is very good. And I think that this game should be noted for that. That it does it in a way that doesn't just feel like it's there. Alright, the summit. I see less of Misha in the following days, But I don't worry, because when I do see her, she looks a bit more like her old self each time. It becomes much more obvious. Like, I think I can actually bring up a really good example. In the first route we did, it was Hanako's. Very shy girl, she was burned in an accident. And she has, like, a hard time interacting with people, and it's kind of shaded the way that people see her. And even the protagonist is like, he says it multiple times, like, I want to protect Hanako. Hanako has one not safe for work scene. And that scene, it's not exactly described in the build-up to it, but in the fallout after it, it is perfectly described as she pushed it along out of desperation because she wanted to be something more to the protagonist. She wanted to be not just someone he sees to protect, but someone he sees as, like, in a relationship, and that kind of, like, not just to be as someone to just be protected and to, like, help all the time so she feels like a burden. It's to be an equal, basically. And so she did it in the only way she could think of. Very well done. A lot of them do boil down to kind of like some of them, well, not a lot of them, some of them boil down to, like, the impulsiveness of youth and, like, showing kind of what this character values without, like, telling it out. Like, it shows it in a way that, like, doesn't tell you. The show don't tell rule, basically. It's great. We'll see that a lot in Lily's route. Lily has 3, which is more than any other character. And those, it's like, it's good. I could talk a lot about how they use it to tell a story instead of just, like, I don't know, you look at something like Fate, and, like, Fate tells its story really well, but boy, are its NSFW scenes just completely pointless. Everything I've seen about Fate, it has just, those scenes are very pointless. Everybody knows the infamous line about Rin. Like, it's kind of just, they happen. But this game does it in a very nicely put way, so yeah. Once it's clear enough that I don't have to be afraid of it being my wishful thinking coloring my perceptions, I start to relax again. I wake up very early and feeling sick on Sunday. I went to sleep too early last night, too. Something is also wrong with my curtains, and they won't close completely. Because of that, I can't even attempt to go back to sleep. The sun hits me in the eyes every time. I'm sure this is probably why I woke up so early this morning as well. Being this sick and tired is a perfect storm of frustration. I'm almost glad when there's a knock at the door. Oh, this scene is long. It's a familiar person holding an almost completely eaten apple in his hand. Taking one last bite, he attempts to shoot it into my trash can and misses completely, and it smashes apart on the wall 2 meters too high. To be fair, most of the pieces afterward do manage to fall into the trash can, but I'm pretty sure no one is so brazen that they would be aiming to do something like this on purpose. Perfect shot. Sup, roomie? I'm not your roomie. We don't live in the same room. Doesn't matter. It does. You should at least know the difference between living in the same building and living in the same room. I need to use your room. For what? I messed up. I should have said absolutely not. Student council keeps delivering my mail, even though I asked them to put it in my locker or something. But they keep putting it under my door, delivering my mail without me noticing it. So today I'm lying in wait to catch them in the act. Like a detective, or a safari hunter. I need to chill in your room for today and look through the little peephole, or I won't be able to catch them in the act. Maybe tomorrow, too. It'll be awesome. We'll get pizza on both days. Or should we get pizza on just one day and something else on the other day? But what? And which day is pizza day? Not today. Never. You know I'm in the student council. Why didn't you just ask me about this? If he had, I would have been able to find out very easily and wouldn't have to have Kenji in my room. It's win-win, except I guess this way he might be able to get a pizza out of me. I start thinking that maybe that was Kenji's intention. But no, I doubt it. There's no way he could plan something that elaborate. You know? When they deliver mail? Well, no. They just hand me my mail when I go to student council, usually. The point is I could find out by asking them. Then I'd know and I could tell you. That's how people find things out. By asking. Not cavemen. Oh yeah, no response to that, right? Checkmate. Use your own people. What if they see me? They can't. That's how peoples work. It's like a one-way glass. For real? Well, no way. They'll be expecting me to be in my room anyway. They'll sense my presence and know I'm there. They'd never expect me to actually be in the room across the hall. I'm going to go to the student council room and go get your mail for you. Right now. Checkmate, atheists. Then I guess I can't let you leave. That's dumb. What if I have to use the toilet? Your games won't work on me. I sit down at my desk and start doing my homework for the weekend. You know, you're gonna have to leave eventually, so you can't stay here forever, or keep me here forever. I mean, this is my room to start with. Yeah, I don't think I can. What time's the mail usually come? Now. Why are women so slow? Why do you care so much about the mail anyway? Are you expecting something? I'm always expecting something. Not today, though. Do you want them to send something? Do you even send mail? Nope, that's how they get you. I haven't used the mail since I was 8. Sent a letter to Lego asking them to make Dragon Ball Legos. They said they couldn't get the rights and gave me some coupons. Totally worth it, but after that I made sure to stay off the radar. You don't use mail, do you? I wrote to my parents last week. But that's how they get you. Yes, I should have known. Maybe that's why they put that microchip in me the next day. So the rumors were true. I'd like to know what rumor mill he got that from. I was kidding. It's a joke. Joke? Damn, you would joke on me. Guess this is how it feels, to have jokes cracked on. I never thought it happened to me. This is a serious issue. Man, I think you're not appreciating the depths of my dilemma. It's a work in many acts. Complicated acts with many players. It's really hard, okay? After I'm done, I'm gonna eat a whole fish to celebrate. Shit, I wanted a pizza though. I still want pizza. Can I get fish on the pizza? Do they do that now? You're going to be paying for it. You still haven't paid me back, and I'm not hungry right now anyway. Not in the mood for pizza? That's just not possible, son. It's gotta be pizza anyway. I'm in the pizza stage of my life. Before I was in an ice cream stage, my girlfriend kept eating all the strawberry out of my Neapolitan. It'll probably happen to you too. It's hard to tell if he's serious half the time. I can only see his expression when he's not nose deep in my door. I doubt that. Hey, you know that I do have a girlfriend, right? Not Iwanako either. The student council president, actually. Old news. What? Seriously? I have my sources. Anyway, then it dawned on me that I'd gotten fat from all the ice cream. It was a rude awakening. Like sleeping on a beach and getting hit by a wave that destroys your sandcastle. I started running. Had to lose the pounds. But maybe I was really running away from myself. A sudden and continuous knocking causes him to leap backwards far enough to hit the wall all the way behind him. I take the opportunity to walk over and open the door. Good morning. What's up? I hear if you salt the doorway, they can't enter uninvited. I'm not going to put salt in my doorway. But you're considering it. Good. Good morning. Are you here to deliver the mail? Nodding, Shizune waves a couple envelopes between our faces. I take them from her, freeing up her hands for conversation. How did you know? How did you know? You were hiding it behind your back in a really obvious way. Hiding what? The mail. The flash between scenes is amazing. It's okay, I wasn't trying very hard to hide it in the first place. It's not like you. You're the type of person who'd go, anything worth trying is worth trying hard. Girls taking initiative? And what about me? I've been using that phrase for years. Where's my parade, dog? I spit literary gold and you women just steal it and wear it out like a 2-for-1 sundress? You're all like the Picard to my Kirk. Or you could even be Janeway. Not all the time. Are you making fun of me? Finally noticing Kenji, she gives him a wave. Hey Kenji, student council president says hi. Hi. He introduced me. I have no idea what he's saying, but he looked confident. Oh, yes, no one is better at saying that kind of stuff confidently. I already did. I even introduced you by title. This is Kenji. He's the guy across the hall. His room is right behind you. Anyway, do you have his mail too? I'm only delivering your mail because it was there. I have early access. It's all about location. Consider it a perk of being in the student council. That doesn't sound very fair. She takes a lot of liberties with her position. At least they're small ones. This is the first time I've really been able to see your room. It's a blatant lie, or she'd have signed it much faster. I'm sure Shizune remembers that it's not the first time. Why does he get to see your room and I can't? Is it a guy thing? It's not a secret club being a guy. It should be, with rings. Rings with big-ass emblems. And gold. Are you sure? Are you really sure? I always thought there was a secret brotherhood of men. Why is she ignoring me? Let me tell her about the guy club. Also, what's up with the hand signals? Is she trying to hex me or something? No, stay out of this. I'll have to translate anything you say to her, and I'm not sure if I could even handle it. She'll probably misunderstand it, and then you'll probably misunderstand the reply, and I'll have to translate your rebuttal. Rebuttal? Why would I rebut? I like my butt. What is he saying? He says he has no rebuttal. Rebuttal to what? I haven't even begun to challenge him yet. Don't like the way she put that. So it appears that she wants to. But about what? It doesn't matter since it wouldn't end well. Don't pick fights when there are none. I've never met your friends. Why can't I? It looks like he's being passionate. I suppose with the way he's flailing around, it would be stupid to expect Shizune to think otherwise. Anyways, I'd better change the subject. Not that it would be likely to work on her, but I'm sure that she has to have come here for a reason, other than just to drop my mail off. If it was something that tiny, she wouldn't have even bothered knocking. You didn't come here just to give me my mail or chat up my friends, did you? Shizune snaps her fingers in mock frustration. It's as cringe-inducingly loud as ever. You're right. Let's go somewhere again. Do you have somewhere in mind already? You're right again. Let's go to the usual place. She whips out a bag of neatly wrapped containers from just outside of the doorframe. I'm guessing they're filled with food, and this time it doesn't look store-bought. Setting it down between her feet, she continues. Is that for me? This was the real surprise, see? I have to have something over everyone at the very end. I agree, in the way people normally do when someone makes a statement in front of them that tells more than they meant to tell. Well fine, if you're both gonna ignore me, I'm out of here. So cruel. You'll regret it. You'll regret this. Kenji doesn't know what blind people are. So this is a reoccurring thing for Kenji too. He consistently goes to Shizune and the student council and yells demands at them, but Misha's not there, so nobody can translate what he's saying, and so Shizune just sits there and nods because she doesn't know what he's yelling at. She doesn't know what he's saying. Not long afterwards, we find ourselves on the school roof. Is it normally deserted at this time, on a nice day like this, on the weekend? No, of course not. I can only think that it's because of Shizune. Not that clearing out a roof would require anything more than posting a sign on the door. The empty plastic containers Shizune had packed our meal in lie next to me. It was another quiet meal, since holding chopsticks prevents us from saying much to each other. Well, it's not blowing hard enough to be a problem. The wind is a little strong today. It blows the plastic bag loose from under the empty containers, so it whips around for a bit before rolling over my legs and getting caught on the tip of Shizune's shoe. Immediately she grabs it and starts signing, not looking happy that I'm laughing at her, even though she's trying not to let out a laugh herself. With the bag in the way, however, she has to eventually sit on it to continue. Very funny. How was it? The food? It tasted familiar. That means it was bad. No, I remember eating this exact meal before, when you made it. Not exactly the same, the fried shrimp was new. It's the only thing I know how to make, but I should have improved. How many times have you made it before? This is the second time. Making this particular meal? Cooking. Next time it's your turn to try it. The way she keeps tugging on the corner of the bag is bothering me. I think I know why she's doing it. Is it really bugging you that much? I want to pack them up properly. It's okay, I'll get them. As I'm picking them up, I realize she must have brought a lot of food to be able to fill all these containers. I didn't even eat much. Shizune must have some metabolism in order to pack all that away. Even though I've only been up for a second, it's long enough to stupidly trip over my own feet. Barely managing to break my fall, I end up landing on my elbows and knees right next to Shizune's lap. As I pull myself back up, hand gingerly held on my chest, all I can think about is how my knees hurt and how this fall could have killed me. I feel nauseous. Shizune gives a helpful push on my shoulder to help me upright, though I notice her eyeing me oddly. Unfortunately, even a light shove is enough to take me by surprise. Are you okay? I nod, but when we don't return to sitting beside each other... I nod, but we don't return to sitting beside each other. Naturally, being alone with Shizune is going to involve a lot of silence, but I only start to notice it now. A typical sign of awkwardness. Again, she's the one to break the ice. I was expecting you to try something dirty. And now the mood is back to awkward. How's Misha? Misha seems happier now, back to her old self. I thought this would be a good way to celebrate. And to thank you for helping her. Her hand stumbles for a bit on the last word. You think too much like a businesswoman. I can't help it. It's how I've been taught to do things. It makes me happy that you're asking about Misha. It would be more accurate to say, back to her real self. She'd only be back to her old self to you. The Misha you know is completely different from the one I think of, when I think of the first time we met. Even though I think she looks better cheerful and smiling, that isn't how she typically is. I wonder if it's true for you, too. I don't answer. Well, if Misha's happy, then it doesn't matter. If it worked out in the end. Your plan worked. You knew her just as well as you said. You knew everything she would say. If your idea was just that I'd speak for you, though, doesn't that just make me your puppet? I didn't do anything, then. Not true. It was your idea first. If I was wrong. I have a way of seeing things that is very flawed now that I've thought about it. I'm sure you know. Sometimes I treat everything like a competition between myself and everyone else, even when it doesn't make sense to. Sometimes? I know very well how easy it is to ignore someone if they can only communicate with you through sign. I should have asked for help. But I was so sure I could do it on my own. It was actually a brave thing you did, even if you won't take credit for it. Aside from that, you've really become kind of admirable lately. It's strange having her compliment me while her facial expression hasn't changed in the slightest. But people don't change so easily, according to you. Am I right? She winks, clearly enjoying herself very much. Does Misha tell you everything? Almost everything. I guess you're going to tell me that I'm wrong about that, aren't you? Yes and no. I'm the one who told Misha that before anyone else. But she took it too far and changed the meaning. It's not easy, but she acts like that makes it impossible. It's possible, if you go little by little. I'm considering trying to be less competitive. I thought you enjoyed that, though. Maybe just a little. That's why I specifically used less. She leans against the fence. I have things I want to say to her, but it doesn't seem like the right time for it, somehow. It's a feeling I have. I can tell she isn't done just yet. A lot of people think I try too hard. Well, I've always thought that I try to try just enough. The sound the fence makes as she pushes against it, and the delicate clink of her sleeve buttons scraping against the links, are oddly soothing. So is the breeze gently picking up behind me. I can hear people below us. Shizune's eyes dart below us as well, and I wonder if she still thinks about what she might be missing out on. The attention-grabbing way she tends to snap her fingers proves she has an understanding of how other people perceive sound. It must be odd, being able to understand that much, but unable to experience it yourself. She starts walking slowly around the perimeter of the roof, still scraping her buttons against the fence. It isn't rhythmic at all, though not for a lack of trying. I sort of zone out in thought while she does, and I'm rudely snapped out of it when she circles around completely and taps me on the shoulder. Do you remember what we were talking about? When? Now? Of course, it just happened. It's been almost 10 minutes. When I first saw you, you seemed like you were very attached to the idea of feeling sorry for yourself. That stings, even if it's true. Sorry. It made me want to cheer you up at first sight. I was scared it would be for nothing, though. I couldn't help thinking it would be hard to change your mind. But you did. I thought that was very surprising, and also that you might be kind of easily influenced. Still, I was surprised. It made me reconsider a lot of things, like that maybe everything was worth it in the end. Everything. That's why I like you. I see. It's nice to finally know. Alright. Okay, perfect. There's no... Sorry, just looking ahead. I have the wiki open, so I'm just checking through things. Succession! Second to last. No, third to last. And remember, you have to take this job seriously. Too many people think you can just slack off, and that it isn't important. That is a dangerous way of thinking. Definitely, you can't take it too seriously. If you aren't always thinking big, thinking positive, and if you show any signs of weakness, people will start to think you're incompetent, you know? And soon you won't be able to do anything, because your power is going to be delegated off to others piece by piece, and you'll be left with nothing. That's what happened last time. So, remember, it may seem like an easy job, but a lot of carnage can happen in this room. And out of it. Dealing with school staff too. Even trying to get a budget report from a class rep can be a fight to the death sometimes. Yeah, it's kill or be killed. There are no friends in the pits, and you take no prisoners. Are you sure about this? Is this right? You don't seem excited enough. I have to make sure it's getting through properly. Once more, with feeling. Shizune twists her hands like a maestro for emphasis, visibly intimidating the two girls standing at attention in front of us. To think this all started because one of them asked if she wasn't taking her job too seriously. Do you understand? Do you understand? Pretend I'm shouting it. Okay, the student council is so weird. Yes, sir. Sir, who are you guys talking to anyway? It's not weird. You have to think of it as a job. If you want, think of it like they are paying you with the right to use this great office. You want another lecture? No. You can go now. Just like that, the hour-long student council orientation is over. Personally, I thought it was about 50 minutes too long, and also found it funny that it incorporated a tour of a school that we have all been going to for a while, but I guess it didn't hurt. I expect Shizune to fall back into her chair. I hit the right-click button, since she has been on edge all day, but she doesn't. She continues pacing the room restlessly. They still have a long way to go. Right now, they're a joke. Eh? What? They think they can be the new student council. They're so unfocused. You can really see the lack of experience. This was our best year yet. I don't think they have what it takes to be our follow-up act. And I know there are more of them than those two girls. Where are they? They're like the heavily marked but mediocre big-budget, critically panned sequel to the acclaimed low-budget sleeper hit. Eventually, she does stop and sit down. Are you gonna miss it? Obviously. I'd be happier if I didn't have to leave, too. I like being in the student council, even if it can be tiring, too. Yeah, it's definitely tiring. Only because Shi-chan is always trying to do more than she has to. You're forgetting if I did the bare minimum, we wouldn't do anything all year except hand out flyers, collect surveys, and plan the next student council election so the next student council could sit around for another year of doing nothing. Asking me to let that happen? Don't be ridiculous. In a student council like that, there wouldn't be any power to play around with. I'm just happy that even though I clearly need to ride them harder, those two aren't bad. Not there yet, but the new student council should be in good hands. How can you tell? After the festival, they asked me if we could organize a Halloween event, like a haunted house or something along those lines. They had a bunch of other ideas as well. Of course, my response was no. I had Misha tell them to do it themselves if they wanted so badly. They were angry for some reason. Of course they'd be angry if you said that. And Misha delivering the message wouldn't help. I was angry too. All of a sudden they want so much. If they wanted a haunted house, or a traditional style cafe, or a trip to the beach, or whatever other cliche things, why didn't they try to organize it before? It was like they were taking advantage of me. I worked hard to organize those festivals, and in return they came to me with, "That was nice, but can you do this now? How about doing this?" It's what I really want. Shi-chan was wrong though. Right, they wanted to join the student council so they could make it happen. I made them feel jealous and riled them up. That can be kind of motivation too. The desire to do something great spreads, even if it's to show me up. They decided to take me up on the challenge nonetheless. I'm impressed. Well, for now. I would have to see how it plays out a little longer in order to know for sure. She snaps her fingers suddenly, which sends Misha almost bolting out of her seat. Interesting. I guess it is impossible to get used to. That's right. We were going to have a party to celebrate passing the reins to the new student council, weren't we? Why not have that now? Or at least plan it now and have it tomorrow. But they're not even in charge yet. In fact, that's the first thing you told them. You're not in charge yet. It seems premature. Misha, what do you think? I agree, it's too early. Plus, I don't think I'd go anyway. Sorry, in fact I was gonna leave right now. Why not? No comment. Come on, tell me. Well, okay. Way to not crack under pressure, Misha. I thought about it, and even if I didn't want to go, I would say yes. Usually. It's the kind of person I am. I really should stop doing that, and this is a good place to start, I think. If it's a celebration to say goodbye, I don't want it. It would be too sad. I want to do something else instead. And after all, Hee-chan, you and Shi-chan will still be there tomorrow. It doesn't seem right. Besides, I have other school things I have to do today. I can't drop them just like that. We can postpone it. No early goodbyes. She looks very firm as she says this. Aren't you gonna go now, though? Oh, that's right. Okay, besides now, no too early goodbyes, okay? I get it. Okay, later. With that, it's just Shizune and me left alone in the student council room. Sunset slowly changes to night as we sit in silence, both searching for something to say. Alright, I gotta get some more water. I just have to drink some. I'll be lurking and I'll make myself some food. No problem. Hopefully you get back in time for the climactic ending. Not very climactic, but... yeah, no problem. Would it really be that bad? Yeah, I didn't think about it like that, but Misha's right. Parties set a mood and it would be a sad one. A sad party doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun. Why would it be sad? Is it a trick question? I'm sure of it. Shizune's eyes pierce into mine, waiting for my answer with a detached, analytical stare that I haven't seen in a while, but feels familiar anyway. I consider my answer carefully, but also what it means for her to ask me. It could be that Shizune finds it depressing as well. Or it could be that she doesn't understand why anyone would find it depressing. Both are equally plausible. I had a thought that when you graduate, that's it. It's going to be the end of the student council. I was wondering if you had the same idea. Don't be stupid. I look forward to it. I won't be a student anymore, so the expectations are going to be completely different. people's expectations of me and my expectations about everything else. It seems exciting. As for the student council, it should be in good enough hands. I don't have anything to be sad about. I don't think you're being honest. You looked upset about having to give the student council up not even a few weeks ago. It wasn't about leaving it to a bunch of newbies either. It was about having to stop doing student council work at all. Unexpectedly, Shizune smiles. So you're not disagreeing? Then it doesn't make sense. Why would you want to have a party about it? I'm trying to get over it. Besides, goodbye celebrations are very important. People say the first step is the most crucial, but following it through and finishing cleanly are just as important, right? I guess that is true. Anyway, I don't consider it goodbye, but it's still an event. You still have to go through the proper motions. Aren't you going to? Aren't I going to what? Kiss me, of course. Is that the proper motions? It would be normal, wouldn't it? The natural thing to do. It's time to act decisively. If I don't, I'm sure my heart will explode. I kiss her immediately, so quickly that I don't even have time to enjoy it. Even though she was prepared for it, Shizune blushes a deep red. I feel a similar heat rising in my neck and cheeks. Cute. This base CG is really cute. It gets very lewd, but for now it's very cute. I move in for another kiss, but as I do so, she moves backwards at the same time and impishly jumps onto the cabinet behind her. Alone, in the total silence of the room, we just look at each other for a while. This time, I kiss her more deeply. Her lips are light and dry, and open a tiny bit. I'm only able to appreciate the sensation for a moment before Shizune starts kissing me back forcefully. Her bangs brush against my closed eyelids as I let myself sink deeper into the kiss. I can feel the shape of her body move through her clothes, which only makes me hold Shizune tighter. It takes some effort for the both of us to draw back from each other. We're both blushing, both from the kiss and thoughts of what's to come, and I'm far from the only one breathing a little heavier. As Shizune begins to take off my tie, I start undoing her blouse. It takes a while to figure it out. I'd never really thought about how our school's blouses work before. Shizune's blouse is a little tight on her, and her arms get stuck for a moment because of it. I find myself peeling it off of her, although with the way she's trying to wriggle out of it at the same time, it isn't easy. The sight is a little comical. Once Shizune's arms are free, she slides out of her shirt, her skirt falling around her knees, with it after she unhitches it and works it off her legs. The only thing covering her now are her bra and panties. Her figure is curvaceous and taut, and the healthy color of her skin contrasts with the black of her underwear. It's a wonderful sight, especially against the background of the moonlit through the window. Okay, I just want to see when the last... She looks at my chest and works the buttons of my shirt one by one. The process is greatly slowed by my hands moving up and down her thighs. It's a little amusing to play with her like this. Eventually, finally, my shirt falls to the ground. Shizune surprises me by quickly pulling me in for a deep kiss without warning, but I quickly return the gesture. Why are you bolder today than on the roof? Or in your room? Try to think of a good answer, but it isn't easy. How would I be able to respond to that even if I could? There's no way to, unless I were to say that bureaucracy really puts me in the mood. That's such a good line. That is such a good line. My shirt having been disposed of, Shizune moves onto my belt, and I decide to help her undo it instead of answering her question. I don't think it would do much good at this point. Alright, putting this up. What did I do? Did I do anything wrong? Putting this up. I think we're just gonna get the sensor transition, but still. It's not hard to get off and falls to the ground with a metallic clunk. I move in for another kiss and begin to slide my hand up her side, but she suddenly lurches forward, making me stumble backwards. The stiff edge of the table behind me was the furthest thing from my mind until I felt it stabbing into my lower back. I hadn't even noticed it was there. It makes me grab Shizune a little tighter as we fall back onto the surface of the table. Fish. I have to be quick with that because I'm pretty sure it's still... Yes, okay, fun story. I remember Another VTuber I watch, Eru, also known as Story Buns, has been playing this game as well, and she's actually been going through Shizune's route as well. She uploaded her VOD of this act a couple days ago, and she she had the content filter on, but then the scene ends, and like the static CG of Shizune is nude. So she had to panic to cover it. It was kind of funny. It's why I'm never trusting. I do not trust this game until I get a line of dialogue that says like, "We both grabbed our clothes." Da 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 da. I don't trust it until I see that line. I will not play fast and loose. Alright. Exhausted, I lean back against a desk and try to regain my breath before putting my clothes back on. I notice a dull, hot throbbing in my chest as I button my shirt back up. It puts a bad aftertaste on everything that just happened. Yep, that's the nude Shizune CG. They're not CG, but, photo thing. It was a lucky break that Misha couldn't be here, wasn't it? You're in an unusually joking mood today. I wonder what she had to do. Shizune traces the air lazily with a finger and points to the door. Go see for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? It's more interesting if you see for yourself. Seeing is believing. Sure, clever. Maybe I will. What about you? You gonna stay here all day? It's getting late. It feels like my last day as student council president, so maybe I'll sleep here tonight. Could be the last chance I have to sleep at my desk, like after a long day trying to meet a deadline. That's weird. I'll sleep in my bed. Sleeping sitting up is a skill. A very useful skill. Right. For a moment after I leave the room, I actually do consider seeing what Misha's up to, just because Shizune made it sound so secretive. If she were building a time machine or something. But in the end I decide not to. I think I can take this off. The night air is pleasant at this time of year. It's refreshing and a little humid, but not so chilly as to make it uncomfortable to stay outside for a while. It's late enough for the courtyard to be all but deserted, too. After Shizune and I said our farewells to each other, I'd set out to return to my dormitory room. I didn't even make it all the way there, though, before getting distracted. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to go see what Misha is up to. I have nothing better to do, no homework. I'm out of anything worth reading. On top of that, I simply want to know. This isn't my first time being in the main building after hours, but usually it's as I'm leaving the place with Shizune and Misha after a long day at the student council, not entering it alone. Yes, we are on sneaking mission now. Ba-doop. Boop. Boop. I think this is a fairly short one, yeah. But then there's still one after this. Infinity. More water. The atmosphere is quiet, a word I would not normally use to describe these halls. It's a little creepy. A light starts flickering up ahead. This seems like a horror movie moment waiting to happen. Feeling a hand on my shoulder, I stiffen reflexively. It's not Misha, or else there would be hands clamped over my eyes and a sing-song Guess Who accompanying them. So who is it? I hope it's not Kenji, or at least that it's someone I know. Or this will take a turn for the weird. Whoever it is quickly slipped in front of me. It's Shizune. What are you doing here? I'm so relieved that I forget to sign it. Shizune puts a finger up to her lips. I guess even though she can't hear, she has some idea of what loudness is, and can tell from my expression that I was being loud. And apparently, being loud isn't a good thing right now. But then, why is Misha her interpreter? Oh, very funny. Why are you here? I was waiting for you to come see. I knew you'd show up. It took you a while, though. You've been waiting here? Yes, but that isn't important. We have to be stealthy if we don't want Misha to detect us. Tell me if I'm not being stealthy enough, okay? With that, Shizune starts slowly tiptoeing through the middle of the hall. I pat her on the shoulder to get her attention. That's not stealthy. Why do we have to be stealthy? She refuses to answer, probably because signing and walking stealthily at the same time doesn't look easy. Before I know it, we're in front of our homeroom. Suddenly, a sound like the crack of a whip pierces the air, followed by a familiar expression of frustration. I'm sure a sound like that isn't good for my heart. Not to mention everything sounds about 1,000,000 times louder with how silent it is. It's coming from inside the room, and I sidle up to Shizune to get a look inside. Will you stop throwing your pencil, please? How do you even throw a pencil that loudly? He looks very flustered. What an understatement. I sympathize with Mutoi. I was able to hear Misha's pen break the sound barrier even through a wall in a thick classroom door. Probably blew out his eardrum and left an imprint on the wall. I'm not throwing it. When I get nervous, I like to spin it around, but then I forget I'm holding on to it and... Doesn't matter, either way. There shouldn't be pencils flying around. I get enough of that during regular school hours. I don't need it after hours. Right, sorry. Whatever, just stop throwing, or releasing, or dropping things, please. Teachers have work, too. I notice Shizune watching the same scene I am. Mutoi is yelling at the top of his lungs, and Misha is being Misha. I can hear them reasonably well through the door, but Shizune obviously can't hear anything at all. So I wonder what watching this is like for her. She must know, since she understands well enough to want me to see it too. But I have to wonder if she ever feels like she's missing out on something, having to work that much harder to understand what she's observing. It looks like she's taking supplementary lessons. Is she? Yeah. I answer, despite knowing the question is completely rhetorical. Misha told me she really wants to be a sign language teacher in the future. If she can get a recommendation, she can study overseas for it. That is why she's working so hard. Her grades were always kind of on the low side. Now I feel guilty. I haven't even thought about what I'm going to do yet. Neither have I. The cheerful way she signs it is very unlike her, and is very obviously false. Let's get out of here. We don't want to be seen. It would be a problem if we were caught standing out here like idiots. Where? The student council room? Shaking her head, she slips into the classroom across the hall instead. Great hiding place. You're unusually sarcastic lately. With the door closed, it's a good one. Anyway, wasn't it interesting? Yes, but I'm not really surprised. I close the door behind us, prompting Shizune to laugh soundlessly as she slides into a chair. For a second, it depresses me. I want to hear her real laugh. I was been looking down on Misha. I didn't think she had a goal at all, but it turns out that I was wrong. I made a careless assumption. I thought Misha was as aimless as I was. I was stupid. I lost. Shizune pauses to crack her knuckles, then folds her hands over each other and leans forward in her chair. In the abnormal quiet of the building, I can hear Mutoi yelling at Misha again, even across a hallway and through 2 doors. Shizune's eyes are locked on mine, unblinking behind the gleaming lenses of her glasses, observing my reaction to her words. This is a test. Her opinion of people is rarely formed from how they respond to questions. It's how they respond to statements that count. In hindsight, it makes sense. Shizune's inability to speak, as well as just her personality in general, means that everything she says is a big commitment on her part. Everything. For that reason, I sometimes doubt she says anything without a hidden agenda behind it. That sounds remarkably paranoid. Even Kenji would think so. Unfortunately, I'm so caught up in thinking about it that I forget to give her an answer. She takes it as there not being one. There was an invisible time limit to this test, shorter than usual. Just as I thought. What do you mean? You don't agree? Not really. It's not that. I don't get it. I want to force my will on people. How refreshingly honest. Don't give me a weird look like that. It's not like that was always my intention. At first I was just bored. I wanted to see someone's passion for something. Then I could try and beat them. I wanted to test their ability, or their convictions. But it was impossible. No one has any passion for anything in this school. They just want to keep to themselves. I can't believe it. It's too boring that way. I thought there was no way these drab people could be for real. It goes beyond not wanting to make waves. They had to have some interests. They had to be hiding something. I wanted to expose it, reveal it, and drag it out. One of the most successful ways to get people to open up to you and cheer them up is to open up with a story about yourself, and then you ease them into telling you about themselves. It's like a give and take, with an element of manipulation, which makes it interesting. I can't do that. If I attempt to have Misha talk about me, for me, it makes me seem arrogant. The message has to go through a messenger. I'm standing next to Misha, telling her to tell someone about me. You don't have to be able to read sign language to see that. If I were forced to sit through that, I would think I was arrogant too. I was frustrated. I couldn't figure out a way to have a conversation with anyone but Misha. No one would open up to me. I came to the conclusion that I can't make people confide in me or believe in me. I can only hope to create things and show them to people and hope they make them happy. Or I could be more forceful and hope it would eventually stick to someone. I guess that would be me. It feels vaguely depressing. Somewhere along the line, I think I started to ignore Misha, or see her as less of a person, or something like that. I took her for granted, I think would be the best way to put it. It was like she was just an extension of myself. I forgot that the whole time, Misha was there, opening up to me and giving 100% every day. I missed what I was looking for because it was in plain sight. How stupid of me. I really did become arrogant. That's why I've lost. I'm more short-sighted than I was back then. I went in reverse. She's pacing back and forth now, almost brooding, yet still filled with so much energy that she can't stand to stop moving. If you got her to hold 2 wires, I'm sure Suzune could power a light bulb. It's odd that I could have such a light-hearted thought while she's being so serious. And in spite of that, Misha tells me that I'm her inspiration. Isn't that ridiculous? I'm not the kind of person who can inspire others. Even if a person who inspires you is flawed, it can be acceptable. I've thought about this. There's even acceptable hypocrisy. For instance, if your hero was an athlete but unsportsmanlike, they could still be respected for their athletic ability, even if they had shortcomings as a person. However, she snaps her fingers briskly. It sounds like a thunderclap in the empty room, and Shizune takes a few seconds to stretch her fingers. Come to think of it, this is the most she has ever signed. If someone like me has no goals, it would be totally unacceptable. It'd be the worst kind of hypocrisy. And hypocrites don't deserve responsibility over anything. They can't even manage themselves. How incredibly pessimistic. It makes me angry to think about. I would hate myself just a few months ago. This must be how I look to others. Funny enough, it was Shizune and Misha who convinced me to stop. Without them, I'm sure things would be much different, and not for the better. Lately, I feel as though we pass around our miseries just as much as we're supported by each other, but I think it just comes with the territory of having friends and being close to someone. You're the leader anyway. That is only because no one else wants to be. But that means you still are, since people are putting their trust in you anyway. In fact, doesn't that make it more important? Either way, you are the leader. You are the inspirational figure, or whatever you want to call it. You're responsible for what you tame. I read that in a book somewhere. That's clever. Shizune only seems to show what she's feeling on her face when she wants to, but I don't think she's being sarcastic. I don't want to tame anyone, though. Being the leader and being looked up to, then, same thing. I never wanted to be the leader. It just ends up that way. I don't believe that. All you do is try to grab more and more responsibility. Wait. I wasn't going to tell you that I don't enjoy it. I don't care about being the leader, but I don't mind. I don't care about being the best, but I don't mind. You're right, though, about me wanting responsibility. Of course I want more responsibility. Having responsibility makes me feel alive. That's why I joined the student council. If there is no pressure, I just can't stand it. Even so, now I'm the leader. I always thought being the leader meant you give orders, but it really is more. It's about having a goal. If I don't have a goal, then it's pointless. People would only be following me for my own enjoyment, it would be selfish. It's a strangely moral viewpoint for a person who seems to love one-upping others so much. Resting her chin on her tented fingers, Shizune looks disarmingly childish as she thinks hard about her problem. The expression on her face is a little comical because it's too obvious, and therefore very unlike her. Comes with the job. I think you'd have to be a leader. You wouldn't be satisfied with anything else. You would just get bored. Shizune doesn't reply, but from her annoyed expression, I think I've guessed correctly. I've been thinking that I need a little direction too. Were you told that it's important to contribute to society? What an unusual response. It's so out of nowhere that I don't know how to respond. It also bothers me, though. Though I don't know why. Possibly because it doesn't seem like something that would come from her. So I start to think it isn't Shizune's thought at all. I wonder who told her that. It was probably her dad, but there is a chance that she came up with it on her own. If so, would it be because she can't hear? Why do you say that? Just because. I don't believe it. Guess that's right, though. I see. I don't know if it's the same for me. I hate it. I think everyone wants a purpose. Looking back, it makes sense that Shizune doesn't have one. All that energy would otherwise have been directed at something. Since she had nothing to channel it towards, Shizune lashed out in all directions. Reminds me of a downed power line flailing in a storm. Furious and incandescent, but aimless and dangerous. Just like Shizune. I want to say that this is why she feels the need to turn everything into a competition, but it's probably just how she is. Having a goal to put that energy towards is just the next level. How about this? I could go into business. My family is well connected, so it shouldn't be too hard. That comes off as sounding a little unethical and nepotistic, doesn't it? A little. I won't coast, though. I'll work hard until I'm at the very apex. When I have as much money as possible, so much that it'll be like I won't know what to do with it, I'll move on to the next step. After sitting on it for a while, of course, like a fairy tale dragon. You want to be a philanthropist. What were you thinking? That I want to be a miser? Well, it is true. It is a part of the plan. Don't sell me short and stop there, though. Shizune still looks uneasy. Of course, even if she did seem to resolve her problem quickly, no one can get over their anxieties that fast. No one can solve their problems that easily. The important thing is, it looks as though she has her heart set on trying. It's still hard to tell whether that drive of hers comes from a good or bad place. But she has something to hold on to now. I can genuinely believe that she does. I'm happy for her. And at the same time, I feel a little cold. I'm the one who's behind. Now, I'm the only one without a goal. Oh, this is a fairly lengthy scene. But it's also the last one! The final scene! We've made it! It's time to wrap this baby up! At about 9 hours. Probably be 9.5 hours at the end. There haven't been any further disruptions since that week. Of course, that's what I thought the week before that. And Shizune and Misha's sudden, newfound clarity had left me feeling a little lost and envious. I thought there was no way I could rest easy at the time. But fortunately, nothing came of my worries. Then before I knew it, there was enough to deal with in school that even I managed to put them off my mind. And still, everything was fine. I was wrong. I had seen Shizune and Misha's carefully hidden vulnerabilities, but they were still strong. Now we're going to be graduating soon. I've grown so comfortable here that it kind of crept up on me. When it did, I felt sad and didn't want to think about it. So I didn't. Not until recently. About a week ago, I started making a list of people I thought I should say goodbye to before graduation. The first rule I laid out for myself was that I would try not to write them down in any kind of special order, like least important to most important. Somehow it ended up like that anyway, even though it also ended up being a shorter list than I expected it to be. Kenji is somewhere in the middle. They said I'd have to graduate eventually.
Well, I showed them. I've lived here rent-free for more than long enough. If you take into account the rising cost of land, I think you could say I've won in the end. No, you know what? I did win. History will acknowledge me as the victor.
The victor of what?
I managed to stay out of sight, slip through the cracks. I beat the system.
If you put it that way, it sounds like you just ran away from the system.
Sometimes running is the greatest form of victory, like in the Olympics.
I'm too tired to argue with him. Who's he kidding? Everyone knows the shot put is the best event, is the best Olympic event in any case. So what you're basically saying is you won't miss it.
Miss what?
School, dummy.
No, I told you. This place is too filled with feminists.
Yo, running away with your problems is the best way to deal with them. Manji, no! Manji, you have to confront your problems. If you don't confront your problems, they'll haunt you forever. So yeah, welcome to the stream. You made it just in time for the final scene.
Told you, this place is too filled with feminists. It's beyond saving.
Ask Emmy, she'll agree with me. No, she won't. Because Emmy learns that you shouldn't run away from your problems. That's for later, though. But she learns it. You don't run away from your problems.
It's beyond saving. But at least I'll be able to get out of here before it reaches critical mass. I'll only come back years later when they build a statue to honor me.
Do they do that 10-year later reunion thing here?
How would I know that? Probably. Anyway, I'll have to start packing now. Take care of yourself, man.
You should have packed a week ago, like I did. Not that I had much to pack.
That's not how it goes. You're supposed to do everything at the last minute. Men are better at doing everything at the last minute. The last minute can have more productivity than, like, the entire week before it. It's how we keep shit fair. You'll never understand our manly ways.
You take care of yourself, too. With a salute, he shoots backwards through the door, slamming it shut behind him hard enough that the entire dorm probably heard it. I've noticed that a lot of people slam doors here. Maybe it's a local thing. Take care of myself. It's the first time I've heard him say it. Usually he ends our conversations with something like, see ya. I'll pay you back later, man. Well, he was a little annoying sometimes, but I'll miss him. I cross him off my list mentally. The list is very short now, and I once again discard the notion of going through it in any kind of order. Like I said, I never had that intention. So I go out to look for Shizune and Misha. I can only think of one place they could be. The student council room, of course. Turning the corner, I almost bump into a small group of students. For a second, a bitter feeling flashes through me, since for all I know that could have been fatal. It's the new student council. There aren't a lot of them, but a lot more than 3. Which is good, since it means there's enough of them that they can each have their own title. Would have been cool if I could have a little desk plaque with my name and title on it. I don't think they do that now, or ever did, unfortunately. The new student council surrounds me while I'm thinking. If anyone were looking at this from afar, it would be a pretty sinister sight. Maybe they have come to finally get back on me for calling them the new student council all those times. I was just translating for Shizune, but I guess I should have been less lazy and more tactful. I regret nothing. I find myself being thanked for everything I've done. I'm being thanked. This should make me happy, considering how often I would think to myself that being in the student council was a completely thankless job. It does make me happy, but I can't enjoy it fully. I wonder how things would have turned out if our student council had grown as large as the one that's set to replace us. Even though they've only got 2 or 3 more members, it's enough that they have set roles. Not like us, where Shizune seemed to be the president, but that was it. The new council thanking me gives me a strange feeling. It's like coming back home and seeing that a tree you nurtured years before has grown. But I feel like I didn't nurture that tree enough. I wonder what more I could have done. It would likely make Shizune furious that I would feel distant from what I did in the student council this way, or that it'd imply I didn't do enough, but it's true. I was only following her. So in a way, I also feel like I'm viewing that same tree from afar, as if I'm seeing it from the window of a train as it passes by. I indulged in these thoughts for too long. When I snap out of it, I realize that I'm still standing there, surrounded by the new student council. Do the only thing I can do, and apologize for zoning out. Then I thank them back. When they walk away, I enter the student council room, which looks a lot messier but seems to have gained a computer. It makes sense. I recall hearing one of the clipboard girls talking about her plans to use a computer to make all the boring data entry Shizune does more tolerable. I can't remember which one said it though. Aoi seems to be the more ambitious one, but then again Keiko appears more serious. Well, it doesn't matter now. I'm not alone in the room. Instead of finding Shizune here, like I expected, it's just Misha. She's sitting on Shizune's desk, like Shizune herself often does, swinging her legs back and forth. When our eyes meet, she hops off and inexplicably poses like a superhero. Hi, Hee-chan. I'm surprised to see you here. What are you doing? You first. I was looking for Shizune. Me too. I thought you'd be here, but I got Hee-chan instead. Gee, thanks. Haha, well, this is good. Really, really. I wanted to talk to you anyway. About what? Take the time to glance around the room a little more. I see a hot plate. They are really living high. I wanted to say sorry, of course, for all the trouble I made for you and Shi-chan. Don't call it trouble. Right. Don't apologize to Shizune. Right. But that isn't why I'm here, Hee-chan. I wouldn't apologize to Shi-chan. Since you're here, I want to ask you a question. Hee-chan, what do you think it would take for Shi-chan to be happy? World domination, obviously. Even though you're joking, Hee-chan. No, even if she could, it wouldn't make Shi-chan happy. Only for a little while. Hee-chan, you ever heard of artists who tear up their paintings as soon as they finish them? Such people exist in the world, you know. I remembered it all of a sudden. It's just like Shi-chan, now that I think about it. Whenever Shi-chan sets up a challenge for herself and completes it, she acts like her skills have no meaning anymore. I wonder, is it because she can't create anything permanent? It's just like those artists and how they want to create a piece of art to leave behind, a really great one, but can't do it. It's really obvious when I look back at it, but I didn't see it before. Now I'm scared. I wonder if Shi-chan will ever be happy. No, I don't think so. Not about her ever being happy. I think you're wrong. Shizune is actually happy more often than I'd thought. I think it's actually kind of amazing. Usually people don't think about that kind of stuff until they're middle-aged or dying. Then they think I want to leave something behind, or I want to be remembered. Like me. Only I skipped ahead a little. My life was short, and seemed even shorter after my heart attack. I didn't think about what I was leaving behind, because I very quickly thought there was almost nothing I was leaving behind. So all that was left was for me to stew in my own bitterness. Shizune already wants to leave her mark somewhere, but she wants to do it by helping people. That's why celebrations are so important to her. She even wants to be a philanthropist. I think it's the best way to live, living on by what you give to others. Even if it's for a selfish reason, that's okay too. Shizune is already happy, because if something goes well, there'll always be someone else to see it and remember it. That's what makes her happy. Misha sighs, arms stiff at her sides, hands tapping the air softly. Before, I still thought, I might be able to make Shizune happy, and I was in a good place to do it before. Since I was her interpreter, I could always be with her. Maybe... And I thought I would do it by becoming like Shi-chan's shadow. I kept trying even when she rejected me. It felt like I was stuck and I couldn't do anything but watch Shi-chan's back getting smaller while she kept going. I was scared, even though I should have just accepted it. It's hard. Maybe I could have at least understood Shi-chan. But it looks like I was completely wrong after all. I didn't even know that or think about it. Shi-chan would call it a complete loss. Okay, I'm done. That's it, Hee-chan. But since you're the one who knows Shi-chan best of all, you can't make her cry, or I'll be angry. I'm going to go overseas after this. Even have letters of recommendation. Or I don't think I would be able to do this normally. Maybe I'll study and become a sign language teacher over there. Who knows? That means you have to look after Shi-chan, okay? Misha's smile is as honest as ever, but she's obviously changed. The look in her eyes is that of a much more attentive girl. Seems to be true that hardship builds wisdom. It reminds me of the look in Shizune's eyes. I wonder what Shizune might have been through to have become who she is. I can take a guess. Or maybe she was always like that. I want to see her even more, and suggest to Misha that we should look for her together. Of course, it's just a pretext to spend more time with a friend. It's strange how it hasn't been long since we last hung out together, the three of us, in the span of the routine student council day. Yet it seems like it was long ago. Thinking about the future can put that kind of lens over the past. Speaking of lenses... Oh yeah, you go. Outside, Yuko was standing around, fiddling with a tiny, modern-looking camera in her hands. It would be unnoticeable if it weren't metallic enough to reflect the sunlight. Misha calls out to her. I thought we were supposed to be looking for Shizune. Hi. What are you doing? I'm just taking photos of everyone. No, that was an Ash Ketchum voice. That's obvious. Awkward. Misha, I'll never forget how you taught me that someone can hold so many secrets and still have a massive lack of tact. Where's my photo? You want a copy? I don't know. Well, only if you promise to keep it a secret, or else everyone will want one too. That happened to me in elementary school. Only it was with candy. Okay, I'll take a photo of you now then. Wait, I'm not ready. I was just kidding. Hee-chan, make a peace sign. I'm not going to do that. The camera flash goes off, blinding me. Yuko shields herself behind it, letting out a moment of frustration. You're not supposed to turn the flash on outdoors. She starts apologizing unnecessarily, and then quietly slips away. Wait. Yes? Did you see Shi-chan around here? Yes, in front of the gate. Thanks. I can barely get it out before I have to start following behind Misha. Fortunately, not for very long. The gate is barely a minute's walk from here, even though even that can be tiring for me sometimes. We see Shizune with the student council. They're probably thanking her too. As soon as she sees us, she shoos them away, which is very easy since I doubt any of them can understand sign language or use it, so they're not too sad about leaving. Which in turn makes me wonder why they would thank her without someone who can, but it's the thought that counts. Misha immediately hugs Shizune, then leans against the gate next to her. I, on the other hand, decide to hang back a little and let them talk. After all, Misha wanted to talk to Shizune this whole time. I can wait. I even turn away so I don't eavesdrop on their conversation. I end up losing track of time. When I look at my watch, it's already been 10 minutes. I wonder if they're done, and turn around to find them behind me. What are you thinking about? Boring philosophical things that I don't want to talk about. Don't worry, I'm not thinking about it too hard. Good. Getting philosophical at a time like this would be the worst thing you could do. Yeah, just want to stand here for a bit. It's relaxing. Haha, it was a busy week. Not really, not for me. I know that they must have been busy, but I think I know what I want to do now, and when it hit me, I didn't feel particularly fired up or anxious. It is the opposite. I feel at peace for the first time in a long time, and I want to savor that feeling a little more. I think that I want to teach here. As soon as I thought this, a long winding road appeared in my mind, an uncertain road that leads back here. I wonder if I'll be able to meet someone in the future like me. Someone filled with bitterness. I want to talk to that person, since I can't talk to myself. I want to tell them that life is too short, something that couldn't be told to me, only shown. I want to do it without pity. If I had been pitied, I'm sure that I would have only died a little more. When I think about that first week, I still think about how well it went. So well that it can only be called the result of kindness. I feel like I want to show others the same kindness. And I also want to keep chasing Shizune. What did the new student council want, Chi-chan? It's hard to daydream when you have to deal with Misha's voice. I didn't know they had someone who knew sign language. They don't. I think it was mostly just a goodbye. Most likely just a goodbye. So I appreciate it, even though I couldn't tell them. How did you know I was here? Is it supposed to be a secret? Anyway, we just asked Yuko. Did she take a photo of you too? Yes, without asking me first. Since Yuko doing anything spur of the moment is rare though, I'll let it go. She snaps her fingers, more because I think she likes it, than out of realization of an idea. We should take a photo of the three of us. We haven't taken a student council photo yet. Now's the perfect chance. I hit the right click. But, if I have to look at this picture a year from now, I don't want us staring back at me. What does that mean, Shi-chan? Pictures are supposed to capture the moment, isn't that right? Without a doubt. They're not portraits, just standing around would be so stiff. It wouldn't even capture how I feel. I feel like we'll meet again, so this isn't an occasion to take such a serious photo. It should be a see you later type of photo, not a big deal. It should be something more festive. Oh boy. Like this. Follow me. Shizune poses like a musketeer, so quickly that I'm sure even she knows it's silly. Do we really have to do such a cheesy pose? I can think of no better pose. Misha, go find Yuko. I don't like this pose either, but I think it's kind of nice. That doesn't even make sense. She's already gone and returns dragging Yuko behind her. The flash is off. A red LED blinks 3 times above it after Yuko's finger presses the button. Shizune glances at both of us to make sure we have the timing down. Synchronized watches. We jump. I bet that turned out excellently. Okay. Now let's get one with Yuko, too. No, please. That's not necessary. I want a copy of this photo, too. I'll likely die younger than the average person. My life could unexpectedly burn out at any time. I don't have any time to waste, then. I want to live as much as possible. I also want to see other people smile from what I've made and done. Living vicariously through the happiness of others doesn't seem so bad. Feeling joy through another person's happiness doesn't seem like such a bad thing. It's the easiest way I can think of to draw out my own life and give it distinction. Maybe this is the meaning that Shizune has found for herself, although it's just my theory. People find themselves alone often in their lives, and without direction. However, people can take refuge in moments of happiness. They can dot a person's life like stops on a train map, or waypoints of memory on a long trail. These individual moments, on reflection, can give a person's life fulfillment. Every friend and festival, and joyful meeting, and joyful parting. I want to be able to ask Shizune one day if I'm right. I want to spend the time I have with her. Finally, I want to make Shizune smile for herself. I love you. I pause, wondering if she'll look at me confused and ask why I'd say it out of the blue. She doesn't. Do they do that reunion thing here? Of course they do. A student council member should know that. Sooner than that, though, okay? Both of you. Right. Yeah. Yuko, you do the pose too. Afterwards, we can go for tea. Shizune laughs as if she doesn't have a care in the world. Misha's laughter joining with hers as easily as if it were her own. We'll meet again. Shizune Akamichi. That is her route. A beautiful one, I have to say. People have mixed opinions on this route, and I kind of get it. I do kind of get it. But I do very much love it. The good part of it is very, very nice. It's got a good... The way it wraps up is very nice. trying to think of more just to say. It's a nice conclusion. It's a very, very nice conclusion. Let's go look through our little extras here. There's that. 3 CGs, which are all not safe for YouTube. Go to our library. Everything. 48% done. Almost halfway. That was, I love that route. I love all the routes in this game. I said it like a million times. But I really, really do love, each route has a special place for me, and all for different reasons. The ending of that one is nice. It gets a little rushed at the end, I think, just with Hoshiuta trying to find what he wants to do, but I think what he ends up deciding on is very, very nice. The Shizune and Misha thing, you know, how the first half of it's like a 2-part act in a way. And the first part of it is figuring out Misha and making sure that, you know, she's fine, which I think is very nice. You know, you help her realize that, you know, it's so hard to put what exactly it happens. Mostly because I'm very bad at describing things. But you got just a nice little bow on the character of Misha. Misha is... she deals with her own past feelings and thoughts and then finds her future. Shizune does the same as well, and then Hoshiuta does it as well. It's... like I said, it would almost feel like when you first play it that this would be a tutorial route. And I think it kind of is, in a way. It's the most kind of basic story they tackle. The idea of, like, you've had all this change, and now what do you exactly do when there's more change on the horizon? Like, it's interesting, but I do like it. I do. It's definitely the easiest subject that they tackle. Aside from maybe Lily. Lily's route is kind of... its subject matter is a bit basic, but it's very good. Lily's route is amazing. I suppose I can say it right now. Lily's route is next. We're going to do Lily's route. Third route is Lily's. Shizune is definitely the most in-your-face Girls in Act 1, so I can see her being the intended first... Exactly. That is exactly how I see it. I think that just with the way that they kind of present her to her... Okay, I have to talk more, but I need to use the bathroom. I'll be back. Alright, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Shizune is the most in-your-face girl in the thing, and she's kind of... I think her entire route is kind of designed to give you a way through, like, these are the kind of things that you'll be dealing with. Like, this is... Yeah. I was gonna say something, I realized I was completely wrong. But she's like, yeah, she's there. She has her own arc, but it's not overly complex. I feel like Hanako has a very complex arc. Emi has a really complex arc. Oh my god. Rin? You're gonna see with Rin. If you haven't experienced Rin, you're gonna see with Rin. I love that route, though. Favorite route in the game. I guess I can kind of just say it. Lily, Emi, and Rin is the order of our last 3 routes. Lily's next, Emi after, and then Rin last. Mostly because I love Rin's route so much, and with the timing that's going to work out, I'm going to be able to just completely savor it. I love that route a ton. Never being certain if I was on the right track with Rin. Well, we have a guide, so thankfully I'm not going to be confused with that, but she is... I was talking about it earlier. I don't know if Tomo is back, but I was talking about like the kind of how the NSFW scenes go, and how I feel like the lead up, like the reason they happen is never fan servicey. Even though you'd think like, oh, it's an NSFW scene, of course it'd have to be like just complete fan service and tasteless. No. And Rin has the most impactful and well done NSFW scene. I firmly believe this. It's her first one. And I feel like the way they execute that, it's barely an NSFW scene, first of all. But a lot of them, they use them a lot to show growth. And I guess we kind of saw that in... I can talk about it a little bit. I had a thing for the last episode, but Shizune's, like, the first one is... She's clearly, like, not happy with, like, her father. And, like, really stressed with dealing with all the kind of stuff that was going with it. She was feeling that, like, Misha and Hiseo, they were all growing further apart, and then she has to deal with her father. All that kind of comes to a head, and then boom. The second one, it's like one of their last times in the student council room. It's kind of just like the culmination of like, this is the end. This is a kind of goodbye, almost. But yeah. Yeah. I'll talk a whole lot more in the last episode. I have like... I'm not going to prepare notes. I'm going to prepare notes. I'm not going to prepare paragraphs. The last episode, which is going to be Rin's first HC is definitely not fan... Exactly. It's not fan... None of them are fan servicey in how they happen. And their first one is... It's jarring. That scene is, like... actually rough. It hits you, like, deeply with, like, everything that's happened. Rin's entire route. I still hold Rin's neutral and bad endings as the 2 toughest to read through in the entire game. Emi has some really tough ones as well. But it's because Emi's a very outward person who's not gonna, like, hide any emotions. She wears it all on her sleeves, and she can communicate it very clearly. We'll find out with Emi. Emi, I very much enjoy Emi. She is a great character. But that is for after Lily. Lily's is fairly straightforward, but I really love... It's got some of the best CGs in the game, I'd say. Very, very nice CGs, and the arc of the relationship that Hiseo and Lily have is super nice. Such a nice arc through their relationship, and I actually like the resolution at the end,
to what happens with Hanako, because Hanako is very closely tied with Lily's root, and the way that Hanako gets like tied in with Lily's root is really good. The ending is fantastic. The neutral ending hurts, but I mean it's not as bad as any of the 5 I mentioned earlier, which is Rin's neutral and bad, Shizune's bad, Hanako's neutral and bad. Emmy and Lily don't have that kind of immense emotional pain. But yeah. Emmy's good end is so I'm so looking forward to playing all of these. But the next route, and you know what, I was thinking about it, there's not going to be any streams next week. With the way that it's been going, and just, I want to take a week off, especially because, not the week after that week, but the week after. Okay. The week of August 8th. Monday, August 8th. Starting that week, a lot of things are going to change. In a good way. Very good way, things are going to change. But I'd like to have like 1 week of rest in there. We'll do a bunch of Katawa Shoujo the week after next week. Kind of start wrapping up. But I'm going to making some more changes. I have to prepare other things in my life. Exciting things though. But first things first is finishing our 100% Katawa Shoujo. Because we're getting there. I mean, we got them all. That's 2 routes done. Actually, I don't know why I went there. I wanted to go here. 2 routes done. It's probably 9:20. Yeah, even shorter than Hanako's. Let's pop over to the just chatting screen. Let me click the BGM back on. Close the game. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, exciting things. Oh, I didn't even notice. Brandon Gregg, thank you so much for the subscription. I'm so sorry I didn't notice that before. I appreciate it immensely. We're still closing in on 100 subs. I am excited. Excited. I have fun things planned for 100 subs, and like I said, the week of August 8th is going to be the start of a ton of things. A new chapter, the Hoshiuta Yukihyou channel. Also, we're closing in on 6 months. 6-month anniversary is very soon. 3 days ago was my 1-year streaming anniversary, but as Hoshiuta Yukihyou, 6 months is August 4th. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. I'm super excited for it. It'd be cool if it coincided with 100 subs, but if not, I'm still going to have fun things for 6-month anniversary. Man, I love Katawa Shoujo streams. It's not even anything, like, just, you'd think that after reading for 4 hours, I'd be like, oh, my voice is dying, da-da-da. No. I love doing this. This is so fun. I love my long Katawa Shoujo streams. I love sitting here and reading. Just reading, enjoying the story. Yeah. Tomorrow will be I don't know how long it's going to be, But I'm going to play some Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak with Bloodfall. We're going to do some afflicted hunts because they have to be done. Maybe you'll get Master Rank 50. I'm highly skeptical that I get there, just because it's kind of a grind, but yeah. I'm up to Afflicted 3-star in Sunbreak, but I have not been doing any because I hate fighting afflicted monsters. Anyway. That would be tomorrow at 2 p.m. CST. Same YouTube channel. Waiting room is already up. With that, I don't have anything else for you. Be prepared for Lily's Root, not next week, but the week after. Mainly the reason I'm not going to do any streams next week is because Wednesday through Saturday is just a massive chunk of my time being taken up by work events. They're late at night too. They're like, they start at like 4 o'clock, so kind of can't work it in there when I've got to be mindful of other things. So yeah, no streams next week. I'll write it on Twitter and all that stuff. But yeah, if you enjoyed this stream, I'd greatly appreciate it if you left a like, left a comment on the VOD. Both of those help greatly with algorithm stuff. Subscribe, like I said, we're almost to 100 subs. That'd be such a huge milestone for me. I'd be so happy. And hit the bell as well. Good rhyme. That nobody's ever used that before, right? Know about the next stream, like I said, 2 p.m. CST. Follow me on Twitter for updates on things. I tweet out stream links. I tweet a whole bunch of random shit. If you enjoy the streams, you probably enjoy the tweets. They're probably funny. You might think they're funny. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion. Follow me on Twitch for Gorilla streams. Those might be happening a lot more often. Like, week of August 8th, those might pick up a lot. So, you don't want to miss out on those, right? Those will be tweeted out with almost no notice. Unless you got the notifications on. You might miss out on them. So, that'll be my one-off. That'll be like my non-story games and stuff like that. Manji! There's the Twitch follow. See? He knows what it's about. He wants to get on... Manji wants to get in ahead of everything and make sure he knows about the impromptu 10 p.m. Clone Hero streams. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed your time here in the stream. I hope you have a great rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night. If you are, I hope you're safe and well, and I do really hope to see you in the next stream. Chill and play some. Gotta make sure you don't miss out on those Twitch streams. Yes, ignore the fact that there's none there right now. There's one clip. Ignore that there's no streams on there. There will be soon. Maybe. Maybe I'll try and hit affiliate on there. Or partner. I don't know what's first. Whatever. I think it's affiliate. But yeah. Like I said, hope to see you in the next stream. OhaHyou, everyone. Bye-bye.